Chapter 374. Angelina said warmly. Then I will have to trouble Clan Elder to discuss with the various chairmen to come up with a plan. The power of the constellation was extremely precious. It represented the life force of the constellation itself, and was controlled by the master of the constellation. Only those with special contributions could enjoy the power of the constellation. Her first sentence seemed to be irrelevant, but the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Angelina had a smile on her face, but in her cold eyes there was not a trace of a smile. Hearing that, she walked into the hall. Angelina turned and asked the 10th clan elder. Angelina leisurely walked through the crowd, walked to the most empty seat, sat down, and chuckled. This time, I have gathered everyone here is to discuss about the energy beasts. If anyone has any thoughts, you can speak your mind. There is no need to hold back. 100 energy beasts was 5 billion star coins. When Angelina appeared, everyone's quarreling quickly calmed down. Of course, the star power has a fixed amount. Who uses more? Who is less? There needs to be a rule. Clan Elder, let's discuss it later. Angelina said indifferently, the so-called fairy weaving technique is to use the materials that contain energy to weave and fuse together. To make fabric, the process is complicated. Andromeda Constellation's inheritance does not have much of an advantage in battle, but the control of true power is exquisite. Adding that there are many women, it developed the fairy weaving technique. The fairy weaving technique is renowned in Heaven's Road, and an outstanding fairy weaving technique can be compared to a star treasure, just like how Fornax's constellation is good at forging. Tang Tian, who was not muddle-headed, suddenly became difficult to handle. They have lost their leader. In the East, this is called a group of dragons without a leader. Before a new leader appears, there will be a transition period, and at this time, the original second in command will take over as the temporary leader. Do you know what characteristics the second in command has? Angelina's snow-white wrist supported her chin as though she was thinking, as though she was talking to herself. To them, it was an endless stream of star coins. No one made a sound. They were not satisfied with Angelina's plan, but at the same time, they were not dissatisfied. Crane understood Tang Tian. Upon hearing Tang Tian's tone, he knew that Tang Tian was definitely planning something. What is everyone doing? Having energy beasts is a good thing. Why are you quarreling in your own nest? Angelina laughed. Plateau Army will return to Fairy City in 2 weeks. Tang Tian exclaimed, isn't that creating secret treasures? Madame Yu and Master Li couldn't suppress the joy on their faces. After receiving 5 billion, the three of them could not hide their joy. Yes, Angelina said solemnly, the speed at which a constellation nurtures treasures is extremely slow, but the power of the constellation is extremely dense, and the treasures formed from this method are extremely outstanding. Moreover, it has another advantage. If the quality of the fabric is very similar, then the secret treasure formed will also be very similar. Angelina knew that she had to give him some carrots, so she continued, speaking of energy beasts, you reminded me, the previous generations of constellation masters only nourished the energy beasts. This was understandable, since the star power was limited, and there was no need to waste it. But now that Andromeda Constellation's star power has accumulated a lot, and we are also in such a predicament, so we must first strengthen ourselves and survive. I've decided that from this month onwards, I'll take a portion of the star power and grant it to the Commerce Alliance. The 10th Elder nodded. Master's method is very good. In the blink of an eye, the noisy hall was empty. Who doesn't have star coins? Humph. Do you have weavers? Without weavers, the energy beasts are just piled up in the freezer and are just a pile of frozen meat. Whoever has more weavers will be able to distribute more energy beasts. That is the most reasonable. If there was star power bestowed, then the weaver's level could directly increase by one level, and their improvement would be even faster. The quality of the fabric would be even more outstanding, and the rate of quality products would increase greatly. In their subconscious, they need a leader, and you must become their leader, and do not give them the power to hesitate. Angelina suddenly laughed, but her gaze slowly became cold. She unconsciously imitated him. That cold gaze always made her lose the will to resist. The 10th elder was somewhat gratified, although Angelina was ranked third in the past, but her recent performance made the 10th elder look at her in a different light. He knew Angelina's intention, but to him, it was the right thing to do. According to what the other party said, using the fabric to nourish the star treasures, wouldn't it be like mechanical spirit weapons? The originally quiet hall immediately exploded. The remaining energy beasts in the hands of the guests will be purchased by the Commerce Alliance. Any businesses that privately touch them will be severely punished. The interests of the Commerce Alliance is everyone's interests. Harming the Commerce Alliance's interests is harming everyone's interests. And the quota for each family will be linked to the investment. Clan Elder, what do you think? Crane's question was what Tang Tian and Ling Su had in their hearts. Even Tang Tian, who suggested to bring them, was shocked by the price. 15 million was enough to buy a decent silver-grade star artifact, or even a silver-grade South Heaven artifact. Angelina did not hide anything, and continued, out of all the materials, the energy beasts are high quality. They are formed from pure energy, and the fabrics weaved from them are of outstanding quality. But the true reason why they are worth 1,500 star coins is because the fabrics weaved from them, after being nourished by the star power, can transform into fairy treasures, and are treasures grade. 100 energy beasts was like throwing 100 heavy bombs into Andromeda City, causing all the businesses in the city to go crazy. When everyone heard the news, their first reaction was, it must be fake news. Energy beasts were so rare. How could 100 of them come out at once? Who, in the Andromeda City, did not know the value of the energy beasts. But when the person in charge of the businesses heard the news, ran to the Commerce Alliance headquarters, and saw the neatly arranged energy beasts in the freezer, he exploded. At the door, Angelina stopped in her tracks, quietly listening for a while. Her face did not have any anger, but instead revealed a smile. To her, these energy beasts were a great opportunity that could not be any better. What kind of logic is this? The opponent had more than 100 energy beasts in their hands. We have not found a hotel yet. Crane smiled and shook his head. The three of them were then enlightened. The group of people quarreled until their necks were red. Some of the more violent people immediately rolled up their sleeves. The 100 energy beasts will be produced by the Commerce Alliance's weavers, and in the end, the star treasures that are nourished will be distributed according to everyone's contribution. No matter how many energy beasts you have, we are willing to eat them all. Angelina said without hesitation. She could hear that the three of them had a large number of energy beasts. Such an opportunity was extremely rare, and she would definitely not miss it. Angelina bowed and returned the greeting. You are too courteous. Tang Tian and the other two perked up their ears, their faces full of curiosity. He was absolutely right. Angelina looked at the cautious expressions on their faces and could not help but admire her own master's judgment even more. Angelina was very satisfied with the result. She could clearly feel their reverence, and it made her indescribably happy. Angelina and the rest could not help but laugh. She explained, "It must be your first time coming to Andromeda Constellation. Andromeda Constellation's trade is flourishing, but in terms of geographical position, it does not have an advantage. The reason why there are so many businesses is because of our unique fairy weaving technique. Many of their faces revealed embarrassed expressions. This was the Commerce Alliance headquarters. 5 billion star coins was not a small amount, but it was still there. Angelina immediately called for the general accountant and paid 5 billion star coins, and Master Li also finished inspecting the 100 energy beasts. They were all of outstanding quality. Bullshit! Why would your Leaf family give out 2 billion? If there is meat, everyone can eat it together? You have 2 billion. Who doesn't? Command them, feed them, and they will get used to obeying you. Angelina was also not clear on this, but Madame Yu, who was at the side, immediately replied, "The entire process requires roughly 3 months or so. What consumes more time is the nurturing at the back. The weaving at the front only requires roughly 2 weeks or so." Angelina arranged for an exclusive manor by the lake for the 3 of them. The environment was beautiful. It was her family's residence, just that she rarely stayed there. The facilities and decorations inside were extremely exquisite. Angelina even specially assigned 20 servants to clean the entire manor once again. Even the floor was so clean that one could see one's reflection. The originally quiet hall became even quieter, to the point that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Bing had never been interested in star treasures. The reason was simple: the quality of star treasures were all different, and their effects were all different. Even if it was a star treasure from the same constellation, there would be very few that were exactly the same. For a large-scale promotion, this was a fatal weakness. But mechanical spirit weapons were much more balanced and more suitable for armies. That's right, that's right. Angelina was surprised. Such a number far exceeded her imagination. Energy beasts were not cabbages. They could be bought whenever they wanted. Her mind moved quickly. She knew that the most important thing was to keep these people. He snatched the topic. For such a woven star treasure, how long would it take for it to form? The fairy weaving technique itself was an application of Andromeda constellation's martial techniques, and was closely related to star power. After the bustling calmed down, Angelina's eyes flashed a trace of fatigue. "Let's sell 100 first." Tang Tian thought for a while and said, "Compared to making decisions, they are more used to giving advice and assistance. Their obedience is greater than their independence." Angelina was elated. She stood up and bowed. "The 3 of you are our esteemed guests, and it is our duty to entertain our guests. Leave this matter to me. I hope the 3 of you will give us this opportunity." Everyone then chuckled, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Angelina rushed to the Commerce Alliance headquarters, and upon entering the courtyard, she heard the intense quarrel. She truly envied his tenacious mental state. Although the Han family has met with some setbacks, but just a mere 2 billion can still be taken out. Star Treasure Army, the low and cold voice, was extremely clear in Angelina's mind, like a brand. "Yes." The 10th clan elder sighed in admiration, then said, "Everyone, please follow me." After settling the 3 of them down, she hurriedly left. The 10th clan elder laughed. "Everyone, don't make things difficult for me later." This time, no one spoke. "I wonder which hotel the 3 of you are staying in?" Angelina asked eagerly. "No matter how much we have to pay, we have to take down the energy beasts in their hands. My Leaf family is willing to pay 2 billion. The dazed Tang Tian quivered. He had acutely sensed the crux of the matter. Crane knew the rules and looked at Tang Tian and Ling Su, seeing that they did not care. He agreed. "Then I will have to trouble you." Chapter 375. That's right. Tang Tian was enlightened. Angelina carefully read the report in her hands. Her beautiful eyes filled with a strange look. Lupus constellation. The 3 of them actually came from Lupus constellation. Because Leo constellation is much stronger than us, once Andromeda constellation falls into Leo constellation's hands, then other than forming an alliance with them, We have no other choice. This kind of alliance will only exist in name, and we will only become cannon fodder. Being explained, Andre had a head of dazzling golden hair. His actions were decisive, similar to his father Liang's style, and was deeply liked by Liang. Since young, he had displayed extraordinary talent, and what made people happy was that his talent as a military leader was equally outstanding. When he was in the Lion King Military General Institute, he was the most dazzling genius in the academy, and his results in the military chess deduction class were unparalleled. He only used 2 years and completed his studies and entered the army to practice. In history, there were very few spirit military leaders left behind by famous generals, and all of these famous generals were all-powerful people, and most of them held high positions. So why would they allow their martial spirits to be enslaved by others? Bullshit. It's written all over your face, Crane thought to himself. Don't tell me you don't think that's a good idea. Tang Tian was flabbergasted. Suddenly Bing thought of something and asked suspiciously, "You don't look like someone who is interested in armies. Why are you suddenly interested in armies?" Hey, I'm not done yet. Andre was extremely satisfied with Angelina's attitude, and at the same time, Angelina was extremely satisfied with Andre's attitude. Andre stood with his hands behind his back. Hearing that, he laughed. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? It is Andre's honor. If every constellation master was as handsome as your Majesty, then the world would definitely be peaceful." Father heard about Her Majesty Asda's matter, and before I set off, he specially reminded me to take good care of Andromeda constellation. Andre, who sat down, had a solemn expression. Father said, "Andromeda constellation is a friend of our Leo constellation, and is an honorable martial alliance. To treat our friends so brutally, the entire Leo constellation will definitely not allow it." Angelina's eyes moved. If even Leo constellation is considered a rural place, then where should we Andromeda constellation go? Angelina was shocked. Is Leo constellation finally here? Tang Tian rubbed his chin. That makes sense. Andre's face revealed a radiant smile. The textiles of Andromeda constellation have always been the best in Heaven's Road, especially the textiles made from energy beasts, which can be nurtured into treasures. I heard that Andromeda constellation obtained 100 energy beasts. I wonder if your Majesty can provide 100. I believe that with these 100 star treasures, Andromeda constellation will be impregnable. The spirit military leader in Tang Tian's hands was indeed powerful. When he was alive, he was definitely not a nobody. Why? Isn't Leo constellation an enemy of the Honorable Martial Alliance? Tang Tian did not understand. We have so many energy beasts, if we can make them into textiles or star treasures, we can completely arm an army. Tang Tian had an expression of, "I am very far-sighted." Angelina sat up straight. She knew that Andre was representing Lion King Liang to declare his position. Her expression was equally dignified. "Thank you, Lion King Liang. Andromeda constellation has gone through a crisis and has deeply understood that to the entire Heaven's Road, to fight against the Honorable Martial Alliance, such a tyrannical organization, only under the leadership of Lion King Liang, who has the ability and responsibility, can we succeed." Tang Tian also laughed foolishly. Angelina's face revealed an enchanting smile. Andromeda constellation is after all a small constellation, our vision is limited, and we still need Leo constellation's guidance. And those astonishing numbers of energy beasts most likely had something to do with the starry door. Lupus constellation had never heard of producing energy beasts, and needless to say, Andromeda constellation, the energy beasts had long been captured clean. The two of them had witnessed Crane killing Gui Xiang and recognized Tang Tian and the rest, and guessed that there was such a starry door. After investigating in secret, they quickly found out the location, but what they did not expect was that there was actually a barracks there. The smile on Bing's face disappeared. Southern Cross constellation. How long has it been? Angelina covered her mouth and laughed. Sixth Prince is truly humorous. Quickly come in. Andromeda constellation is a rural place. I hope your highness does not mind. Suddenly, a servant rushed in from outside. Master, Leo constellation's sixth prince, Andre, requests an audience. Star Treasure Army. No one has ever created one before. If we are able to create one, it will definitely be very powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Crane was helpless. But have you ever thought that the cost of maintaining an army is very high? Since we cannot avoid it, then we can only fight. Tang Tian's expression was serious, but his tone was calm. Regardless of who it is, no one can stop me. The smile on Tang Tian's face disappeared. And he said seriously, once Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance start a war, Heaven's road will be filled with the flames of war. I have checked. On the road from Andromeda constellation to Southern Cross constellation, we will definitely have to pass through the war zone, and we will most likely have to kill our way through. Behind her came Tang Tian's cries of unwillingness. She stood up and walked out. I will go welcome them. What made her even more surprised was that Lupus constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance were enemies, and Lupus constellation and Andromeda constellation were natural allies. Andre laughed. Speaking of rural places, our Leo constellation is the real rural place. 20 years ago, it was definitely a barren land. Bing was cautious. I do not know much about star treasures. Whether or not your idea can be implemented, I am unable to give an accurate opinion. But if you have the same standard, in theory it can be done. I do not know what Leo constellation's army is like. If not, I can use it as a reference. You can first form a group of guards to test it out. Not too many, just 10 people will do. Ling Su was already confused by the two of them, and he straightforwardly turned and left. Goodbye. Angelina's reaction is fast. Andre laughed. Let's go, there is nothing more to see. Let us go and meet the new master of Andromeda constellation. When Angelina saw Andre, her face blossomed into a bright smile. Angelina thought that Leo constellation would send someone over, but I did not expect Sixth Prince to personally come. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. There is an expert behind Andromeda constellation. Bing's eyes flashed with light. Angelina is definitely not willing to be controlled by Leo constellation. I have already let Tang Yi lead the Lupus army to occupy the season's field waterway exit. There is an army camp. Andre was surprised. He heard that Angelina was only the third successor, and to be able to obtain the recognition of the fairy hoop was completely an accident. But from Angelina's current performance, it was completely watertight and did not look like a newbie at all. That is a pity. Andre's face congealed and spat out 4 words. The law is strict. Crane could be considered to be from a prestigious family, but his thinking was still that of a pure martial artist, and to him, an army was still relatively foreign. To him, those who liked to torment armies were all ambitious fellows, fighting for hegemony of the world. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem to be related to a crazy young man. The Battle of Lupus Constellation was widely spread, and as one of the few army battles in recent years, almost all the military leaders would meticulously study it. Andre was naturally not an exception, but the Lupus army in front of him, compared to the images, had obvious improvements. Aha, as expected of Crane, to be able to see it so quickly. Tang Tian laughed. Both parties sat down, and the attendants served tea and snacks. Andre was slightly envious. Bing looked at Tang Tian's serious face. Without the usual joking, it was as tough as steel. Angelina's face changed and became serious. She then remembered, although Lupus constellation was just a southern sky constellation, but compared to the current Andromeda constellation, it was much stronger. To be able to cause Yi Zhao Gu to return with heavy injuries, no matter where it was placed, it was extremely dazzling. Andre was shocked at their speed of improvement. Immediately go and check the place where they first appeared. How is it? Yuan Ji asked softly. His mission this time was to be responsible for the sixth prince's safety. He had followed the sixth prince for 5 years. Other than being responsible for his safety, he was also in charge of being the sixth prince's sparring partner and guiding the sixth prince's martial techniques. Tang Tian's luck was truly ridiculously good, and no one knew where he got it from. What are you up to this time? Crane asked coldly, but the two of them knew it was just the beginning. The underling immediately complied. The two of them disappeared into the forest. Bing did not care much about the Star Treasure Army. To him, it was too foreign. He turned and said, I have seen the information that Bell has gathered on Andromeda Constellation. Their situation is not good. Andromeda Constellation is our only exit. We cannot let it land in the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance, and it is best not to let it land in the hands of Leo Constellation. After hearing what you said, I am starting to look forward to fighting with those famous generals. Bing laughed out loud. Andre's body leaned forward and thanked Angelina. Thank you for your Majesty's trust. Andromeda Constellation has a long history and has always been the cornerstone of Northern Sky's 19 continents. Andromeda Constellation has enough ability to take on more responsibilities and display a greater effect. Tang Tian returned to Three Spirits City and told Bing about his thoughts. Tang Tian was confident. I have money. Angelina was excited. Lupus Constellation was already sealed, but Tang Tian and the other two actually entered Andromeda Constellation. That meant that there was a star door between Lupus Constellation and Andromeda Constellation. The strength of the Lupus army soldiers were not enough to enter his eyes. In Leo Constellation, such martial artists did not have the qualifications to enter the army and could not even enter the reserves. But this weak army displayed outstanding discipline and coordination ability. Crane then remembered that this guy was rich. I am so stupid to actually talk about costs with a tyrant. Crane, who was shot in the chest, was speechless and straightforwardly turned and left. Goodbye. The two of them quickly realized a few martial artists were approaching them with vigilance. Andre looked at the barracks not far away. The surroundings of the barracks had traces of being plowed. It was obvious that the barracks in front of them was newly built. Yuan Ji was surprised by Andre's evaluation. His expression suddenly changed and said softly, Someone is coming. Crane was perspiring in cold sweat. Lupus Constellation, is it not enough for you to torment an army? This is not a question of whether it is good or not. Crane did not know whether to laugh or cry. Angelina's anger surged. It was a blatant robbery, and suddenly his words surfaced in her mind. His tone was sonorous and powerful without any sloppiness. It was extremely domineering. Chapter 376. Tang Tian borrowed the force to jump up. The blade aura that was out of control swept past his body, entering the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. If Leo Constellation tries to ask for anything, reject him firmly. He needs you. Tang Tian's movements were as fast as lightning. His left hand that was already on the martial artist's waist suddenly released strength. Like a windmill, he threw the martial artist towards the two of them. Why can't we retreat? Where did Angelina find the courage to reject him? Bloom, Ghost Kinging, leaping over the bridge. Honorable Martial Alliance. It was as if the martial artist's true power had invaded his body, and he could not speak, and could only watch as he flew towards his comrades, his face overwhelmed with shock. At the moment of life and death, Tang Tian's potential suddenly erupted. In the dazzling silver light, he activated the wind concealment steps. It was his first time using the Spiral Energy's sticky word technique. The blade aura was like snow without any obstructions. It slashed the flying object apart. He realized that he had made a mistake. There was absolutely no need to create a brand new army, because the Lupus army soldiers had pitiful amounts of treasures. Angelina's servant was too flustered. The three people he mentioned was actually only Tang Tian. Ling Su did not want to waste time on anything other than training. Crane was worried about the mountain of silver Aquarius cabinets, which was enough to buy the entire heavenly crane constellation. Tang Tian, who had just escaped from danger, was once again in danger. Andre leisurely sipped on his tea, waiting for Tang Tian and the other two to arrive. Why? Andre suddenly stood up, his eyes staring. Where? The sword martial artist was shocked. The two of them who had not landed on the ground heard the gust of wind coming towards them, and jumped in fright. The sword-wielding martial artist dodged to the side. While the blade-wielding martial artist's reaction was slower, he bellowed, brazenly slashing with his blade. "Be careful!" Who? It was the sword martial artist who had attacked, but Tang Tian seemed to have sensed it. He moved horizontally in mid-air, raising the blade martial artist to clash with the sword tip. However, what he never expected was that the slash at the back of his neck would suddenly turn into a claw. He only felt his neck tighten, and a strong force came through, causing the saber light to immediately dissipate. The sword martialist was shocked. His hand trembled, and the tip of his sword was almost deflected. Unexpectedly, he was ambushed as soon as he reached the bridge. The sword martialist was in tears. Instead of advancing, he retreated. Tang Tian, who was in midair, suddenly froze in place. He raised his head, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible. "Be careful!" It was only then that the saber martialist saw who it was. He was shocked. Third bro. With one successful move, Tang Tian became even more excited. His intuition became sharper and sharper. Before his opponent could react, he used his right palm, which was tightly placed on his opponent's fist, as a fulcrum. His body spun around like a pendulum and pressed into his opponent's embrace. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan." Andre calmed down. His first priority was to ensure Angelina's safety. From the looks of it, Andromeda constellation was much more important than Lupus constellation. Moreover, he was very confident in Yuanji's strength. Yuanji, who had his eyes half closed, also opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing past. Tang Tian did not need to think to know who it was. He was extremely familiar with the martial technique sects of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The fist martialist was first surprised, then immediately became overjoyed. The opponent did not escape. He bellowed, and without hesitation, he welcomed Tang Tian's fist and punched out. The fist martialist only saw a blur in front of him. Tang Tian's figure was like a ghost that barged into his embrace. He lost all color in his face. Before he could react, his chest trembled, and he lost control of the true power in his body. He tried his best to raise his head, and his gaze followed the 10 beautiful fireflies. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce look. Since when was this godlike young man afraid of a head-on clash? The anticipated intense clash did not happen. The Honorable Martial Alliance, fist martialist, only felt that his fist had landed in a swamp. The opponent's ghost claw was stuck to his fist. The dense fist aura was like a raging wave, suddenly arriving. If the situation was not urgent, he would not take such a risk. But at that moment, he could not care about anything else. Angelina's face did not reveal any clues. Andre suddenly laughed. "That's true. Then I wonder if I can meet the 3 guests from Lupus constellation and purchase a few energy beasts." True power flowed through his back, and the plucking technique was suddenly released. Tang Tian's mind was enlightened. The opponent's chi was locked onto him. No matter where he ran, he would not be able to escape from the range of the opponent's sword. The feeling of being able to change from one's heart was truly captivating. The Honorable Martial Alliance's famous martial technique, Great Honorable Fist. This fist technique was created by a senior from the Honorable Martial Alliance. It was a martial technique that had the qualifications to be called unique. The middle-tier martial artists in the Honorable Martial Alliance had a wide range of training. The guards that Angelina sent were not the opponent's match. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed. Tang Tian saw that the situation was not good. Without saying anything, he immediately rushed into a shop by the side of the street. She took a deep breath and smiled like a flower. I will send someone to invite the 3 guests. Awakening blood meridians and star treasures. Such an army would definitely be very powerful. Angelina smiled. With your Highness's words, Angelina can rest assured. A fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes. The difference is you cannot retreat, but they can. The blade martial artist seemed to have awoken from a dream. At the crucial moment, he displayed his shrewd and ruthless side. He completely ignored Tang Tian's slash and swung his blade backwards. An earth-shattering power came from behind him. Tang Tian felt as though he was rammed by a charging rhinoceros. He felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire being flew forward at an even faster speed. The opponent's fist aura released a dense killing intent. Like a raging wave, it surged towards Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. Success. Tang Tian wanted to go to the weaving workshop to see how the Andromeda textiles were made. Although Bing held a cautious attitude, but it was not enough to sway Tang Tian's thoughts. If all the energy beasts were sold, it would be an astonishing sum of money. But Tang Tian did not lack money, although it would make people jealous. But Tang Tian gradually understood. There were many times when money was not everything. Angelina's heart trembled. Andre had said Lupus Constellation. That meant that they had already investigated Tang Tian. Andre was surprised that Angelina was so straightforward. In his mind, Angelina would definitely not be willing for him to interact with Tang Tian and the rest. But very quickly, he reacted. Energy beasts were good things for Andromeda Constellation, but to other constellations, they were not very useful. The group of old men from Leo Constellation were professionals in killing and arson. Asking them to play with needles and embroidery was just making things difficult for them. A martial artist wielding a sword shouted. Together with another martial artist, they soared into the sky and shot towards the roof of the shop. They wanted to cut off Tang Tian's path of retreat. Andre was surprised. He squinted his eyes. Angelina's firm attitude was out of his expectations. Chase. Andre sat down again and smiled at Angelina. Your Majesty, relax. With Uncle Yuan's strength, even in my Leo constellation, he rarely has a match. Andre was about to move when Yuan Ji suddenly said, Your Majesty, stay here and accompany Her Majesty Angelina. Leave the 3 of them to me. Tang Tian's newly comprehended sticky character arts. Not good, but we need them too. While he was in shock, he did not notice that a ghostly figure had already rushed to his side. His palms quietly slashed horizontally without any light aura. His 10 fingers were like hooks. Dazzling sparks spewed out. At the bridge, the other fist-type martial artist brazenly rushed into the shop. The opponent's sword made Tang Tian feel that he could not avoid it. Then come. Angelina did not understand the logic behind it, but she took a deep breath and said, I have to disappoint you. Andromeda Constellation has many things to do. These treasures are extremely important to the revival of Andromeda Constellation. Andromeda Constellation is powerless to support you. Unless she still had a trump card. Tang Tian was extremely excited. His intuition was extremely sharp. He felt that his body was extremely obedient. Movements that were usually difficult to do could be easily done. A cold aura suddenly appeared in the dust. Tang Tian had fallen into the most difficult and bitter battle in his life. Bang! The opponent did not expect Tang Tian's reaction to be so fast. What was even more unexpected was that Tang Tian could escape so straightforwardly. The dense white light aura enveloped his entire arm. It was as though he was dragging a white flame. The opponent had 3 people, and all of them were extremely powerful. The true power in Tang Tian's body disappeared. His body that was suspended in the air lost its strength. He fell down freely, but his heart was extremely calm. Was this the calmness between life and death? After a while, a servant rushed over anxiously. He said with a trembling voice, "Not good, not good." The 3 masters were ambushed on the way to the weaving workshop. Tang Tian's eyes lit up with a light aura. Halfway through, he changed his fist into a claw. Dazzling sparks lit up without any warning. A loud shout came out. The sword martial artist's hair was disheveled. The dense sword aura flowed down from the sword blade and enveloped his entire body. With a sharp whistle, his body and sword became one. He transformed into a ray of sword aura and pounced towards Tang Tian. Bang, bang! The blade that he released did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated in the air and suddenly released a dazzling light aura. At the same time, his palms grabbed onto the 5 fingers that were as hard as steel. "Because I'm weak." The ceiling suddenly shattered. Amidst the rubble and dust, 2 figures descended from the sky. It was the 2 people on the roof who heard the commotion inside. They immediately came to help. 10 balls of light that looked like fireflies flew towards the piercingly cold sword aura in a seemingly slow but actually fast manner. The blade martial artist, who was being held by the neck, felt numb. His true power was completely out of control. He could not even use a single bit of his heavenly abilities. The blade martial artist's face turned red. He felt extremely humiliated. He had just killed his comrade by mistake. Now, he had to suffer the humiliation. "Kacha!" The blade martial artist stopped breathing, but the dazzling light aura released by the blade had already enveloped the entire room. The feeling of extreme danger caused all the hair on Tang Tian's body to stand. Tang Tian suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without thinking, he suddenly exerted strength in his palm. "Go and die." His eyes flashed with a terrifying light aura. He suddenly let go of the blade. Chapter 377. Boom. "I will only know after I try." She could not understand. Could it be that this guy could not feel the difference in power between them? The light swords were like raindrops, shrouding the area within a radius of 15 feet. The shop was crushed into pieces. The explosion caused the shop to explode, and the light became blinding. It was as if a firework had bloomed in the sky. Is this the power of a gold-ranked martial artist? The people on the street dodged the attack. Ji Xiaoya's body swayed as she took 2 steps back. Tang Tian felt as though he had clawed onto an iron wall. His 5 fingers were in excruciating pain. What was worse was that a powerful true power had penetrated into his meridians. Ji Xiaoya's face darkened. She slowly scanned the street. There was no one on the street. Ji Xiaoya met Tang Tian's gaze. She did not know why, but her heart tightened. In Tang Tian's eyes, there was no fear. He did not retreat. Instead, he was filled with the desire to fight. It was as if he had an irreconcilable grudge against her. Ji Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a cold glint as she retracted her palm. Tang Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. The high-speed light sword current brought forth a powerful qi, cutting his back in pain. Tang Tian's heart was suddenly alerted, and a strong sense of danger enveloped his entire body. His heart jumped, and without thinking, he forcefully activated the wind concealment steps. and with a twist of his body, he plunged into a shop at the side of the street. Ji Xiaoya said, slowly. Her voice was melodious, but her words were filled with a strong sense of oppression. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian, who was in the middle of the street, turned and stomped on the ground with his right foot. Hiss! His body suddenly became blurry and disappeared into thin air. Tang Tian took a deep breath. A gold-ranked martial artist? The swords rained down on the brick wall. No wonder you were able to injure Yi Zhaoge. I had already guessed that a silver-ranked martial artist would not be your match. But I have to see it with my own eyes to believe it. It was a unique footwork that she had never seen before. Ignorant courage. It is just stupidity. However, he did not hesitate. The strong sense of danger lingered in his heart. It did not make him feel afraid. Instead, it made him excited. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he exerted force under his feet, and his whole body flew backwards and crashed into the wall. His 5 fingers were like hooks as he charged towards Ji Xiaoya with a flash of silver light. Here today, the light sword rain suddenly enveloped the place where he was just a moment ago, and the shop was torn apart like a piece of paper. Ji Xiaoya's eyes flashed with astonishment. She had not encountered such a situation in a long time. Her 2 attacks had been dodged. Tang Tian seemed to have predicted her attack in advance and easily dodged it. Almost as soon as she destroyed the shop that Tang Tian was in, Tang Tian rushed in front of her. His speed was as fast as lightning. Spiraling energy shot out from Tang Tian's fingertips like 5 high-speed rotating drills, piercing into the light sword barrier. Gold-ranked martial artists had another name, Gene 3000. Anyone who could be called a gold-ranked martial artist would definitely be ranked within the top 3,000 in the Heaven list. Similarly, the top 3,000 of the Heaven leaderboard were also known as the Golden Region. Hong, countless swords of light gushed out from her body like a flood, shooting straight into the sky. Her previous attack had missed again. Tang Tian did not hear it. His chest was pounding so hard that he wanted to shout to the sky. What a strong aura! Tens of thousands of light swords were like a torrential downpour, washing over every corner of the street. At the same time, he appeared in front of Ji Xiaoya. The battle intent in Tang Tian's body exploded. Tang Tian's eyes were burning with battle intent. This is the power of a gold-ranked martial artist. Puff, did you see that? Hum. Using the same method, he continued to rush into a few shops. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body swooshed out of the shop. Ji Xiaoya, who was also a unique martial technique practitioner, was able to identify it very quickly. Ji Xiaoya regained her composure, and the true power in her body started to circulate rapidly. Her true power seeped into the armor on her body, and spots of light appeared on the surface of the armor. The spots of light gathered in her palms at an alarming speed. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body stopped. However, you are only qualified. Just like unique martial techniques, there are differences in strength. Ji Xiaoya looked down from above and said indifferently, "Let me show you what a real unique martial technique is." A golden palm blocked Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw. Bang! The moment he landed, he nimbly somersaulted and landed steadily on the street. Without looking at the ball of fire above him, the sword-ranked martial artist had already turned into ashes. Ding! A sword fell from the sky not far away from him and shattered into pieces. Tang Tian did not look at it, and the true power in his body slowly recovered. He turned around and ran towards the direction of the manor. Ling Su and Crane would definitely be attacked. Deep pride and confidence made his body stand even straighter. Good eyesight. Xiaoya has always felt that Mr. Tang is a genius. Before we left, the branch leader had advised us that the misunderstanding between Mr. Tang and the Yi family is not worth mentioning. If Mr. Tang is willing to join the 13th Gold Branch, the branch leader is willing to mediate the conflict between Mr. Tang and the Yi family. The other party was like a blazing sun. Just by standing there, the surging energy fluctuations were like raging waves, rippling out in all directions. What was even more frightening was the armor on her body. There were waves of energy waves flowing on the surface of the armor. Ji Xiaoya's expression was indifferent. She raised her arm and pointed her fingers at Tang Tian. In the next moment, she appeared on top of the street in front of Tang Tian. Her face was gloomy. The goal that was once thought to be far away had suddenly become within reach. The young man's vow, the vow made under the starry sky, was like a war drum that was blown by the wind, stirring his heart. Tang Tian's 5 fingers created 5 dazzling sparks, and fiercely struck the light swords that formed a circular barrier. Tang Tian could feel the frightening energy waves emitted from Ji Xiaoya, but he was not the least bit afraid. With a soft sound, the brick wall crumbled like flour. Tang Tian and a civet broke into a shop next door. Tang Tian licked his lips and said, "That's right. However, my life has always been decided by me." Tang Tian was panting. He did not hold back at all in his previous attacks. He did not expect that he would only be able to grab a few strands of his opponent's hair. This woman's strength was even stronger than Yi Zhaoji's. Tang Tian's heart was pounding. "Hey, did you see that?" A fierce roar rang out from behind her. Ji Xiaoya's eyes widened. How did he get behind her? The incomparably sharp sword slammed into the first Demon King Firefly. The strong rotation caused the martial artist's body to tremble. This strange force shocked him. Tang Tian's pupils shrunk. The violent explosion engulfed the martial artist. "I am ready." Tang Tian maintained his posture as he fell from the sky. He looked at the dazzling fireballs in the sky, his face calm. The sword aura within the flames had disappeared. It was impossible to withstand the explosion of 10 Demon King Fireflies. "The Yi family has underestimated your strength." Ji Xiaoya stopped in the air and said coldly, "You have the instincts of a wild beast. You have mastered 2 unique martial techniques. You have the qualifications to become a gold-ranked martial artist." A soft sound entered Ji Xiaoya's ears. Without hesitation, she extended her palm towards the direction of the sound. "Pa, pa, pa." Ji Xiaoya's cold eyes finally showed a hint of emotion. She did not even notice the fast speed of Tang Tian's claw. Suddenly, an absurd thought appeared in Ji Xiaoya's mind. Did this guy really think that he had a chance to defeat her? "I have made my vow to come this far. I have fought this far. I have never given up. I have never been afraid. I have always pursued victory." It was as if Ji Xiaoya had eyes at the back of her head. Dozens of light swords gathered behind her head and transformed into a light sword. It collided with Tang Tian's fire scythe, Ghost Claw. Boom. Tang Tian, am going to challenge a gold-ranked martial artist." "Puff." Ji Xiaoya replied calmly. "Mr. Tang is too confident." "No. As long as I defeat you, I will become a gold-ranked martial artist." Tang Tian, whose blood was boiling, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot like a bloodthirsty beast. Looking at Ji Xiaoya, who was floating in the sky, the blood in his body was boiling so hot that it almost caused him to combust. He grinned. Tang Tian threw out a sentence and activated his wind concealment steps. He charged towards Ji Xiaoya without fear. His chest was brimming with strong confidence. His arrogant eyes were abnormally calm at this moment. "No matter what, I will not give up. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, the godlike young man was not afraid." Boom. "As long as I defeat this woman in the sky, I will become a gold-ranked martial artist." If that was the case, It would be a joke. Ji Xiaoya's body trembled. Her light sword transformed into a pair of light wings. She disappeared in front of Tang Tian. Ji Xiaoya's eyes turned cold. She raised her left palm and aimed it at Tang Tian. Countless light swords were shot out. Interesting. Tang Tian flew back at an even faster speed and crashed into a shop. This was victory. Tang Tian's strength surprised Ji Xiaoya. It was normal for a martial artist to have strong instincts. Ji Xiaoya had met many martial artists who were born with strong instincts. But other than having a strong intuition, Tang Tian's martial techniques were also very powerful. His footwork was a unique martial technique, and his claw techniques were also unique martial techniques. He had a flawless oval face, neat bangs, shoulder-length hair, and a pair of cold, emotionless black eyes. So this is a gold-ranked martial artist. The sound of clapping could be heard from the entrance of the street about 200 meters away. A girl dressed in a golden armor walked into the middle of the street while clapping. Boom, boom, boom. Nice to meet you. My name is Ji Xiaoya. Please take care of me. A cold and oppressive voice came from above Tang Tian's head. Mr. Tang, do not be so emotional. No matter what, life is precious. Ji Xiaoya replied, Kill. Those who were once unreachable were now his enemies. Unknowingly, he had come this far. Mother, did you see that? Chia, did you see that? Ghost Claw, did you see that? Tang Tian shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I will not join the Honorable Martial Alliance. She touched the back of her head. There was a section of hair at the back of her head that was broken by Tang Tian's finger force. It had been many years since she had suffered such a huge loss. Her beautiful eyes were incomparably cold. The remaining demon queening were engulfed in the flames of the explosion. Gold-ranked martial artist. I will definitely win. Chapter 378. Ling Su and Flamingo's powers were all concentrated on the spear. The tip of the spear emitted a dangerous aura, causing Luda's body to feel as though it was being pricked by needles. The flamingo below him was abnormally quiet. It had already made its preparations. A low voice slowly approached. However, in front of a gold-ranked martial artist, such tricks were useless. The skinny man at the side snorted. I heard that her talent is average, but her character is persevering and she knows her limits. Even though the flying fish fins is of a low level, it can bring out the full potential of her unique martial technique. Humph! If Volan's constellation knew about this, they would definitely join the Leo constellation. Crane slowly swallowed the spring water in his mouth. He closed his eyes, as though he was enjoying the sweetness of the spring water. His loose black martial artist robes fluttered even though there was no wind. The robes fluttered in the wind, accentuating his slender figure. Ji Xiaoya's light sword was only halfway formed when her pupils constricted. So fast! Kill! Lu Hai's eyes lit up. He had been accumulating power for a long time, and punched out. Good timing. His deep voice caused people's hearts to palpitate. Even the air seemed to ripple. His body was over 4 meters tall, making him look like a giant from ancient times. His almost naked upper body was covered in layers of bulging muscles, giving off a soul-stirring aura. The most eye-catching part was his arms, which were thicker than his thighs. They looked strangely uncoordinated and were covered in demonic gold patterns. Ling Su's face was ferocious. He crouched down with the silver spear in his hand. His fingers that were holding onto the silver spear were unusually soft and relaxed. Rumble! Lu Hai's eyes flashed. It was his first time seeing a knight riding on a mechanical beast. Mechanical beasts were not something that could be seen in high-standard battles. Most knights would use star spirit beasts as mounts. However, these two people were not easy to deal with. He gently clenched his right fist. Bang! This ordinary movement actually produced a sonic boom. He missed. The silver spear was in his hand, and he gently caressed it, like a beast silently grinding its fangs. That's true. Baldy nodded. He pulled the topic back. Tang Tian's potential is quite unexpected. Against Ji Xiaoya, he could still survive for so long. Many people wanted to learn the wind concealment steps, but they didn't succeed. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. There's also the fire scythe ghost claw, which has been trained to a unique level. I really want to cut open his brain to see what's inside. Tang Tian seemed to have already predicted this move of hers, and his figure disappeared again. Before she could steady herself, a sharp sound of wind came from above her head. A hair-raising, low whistle swept through the air, and a dazzling sword light flashed through the air. And that sword shadow, it was blurry like the wind. The spectators retreated backwards, in fear. They thought that they were safe from the battle. However, the power of Ji Xiaoya's sword had shocked them. The speed of this mechanical beast was very fast, and its charge was very powerful. What surprised Lu Hai was that the aura of the mount and the knight were one, and there were no flaws at all. If it was before, she still remembered the instructions of the branch leader and wanted to recruit Tang Tian. Then now, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to chop this fellow into pieces. Only then could she vent the hatred in her heart. Not everyone in the crowd was panicking. A gold-ranked martial artist, a blurry and slender figure, had appeared above his head without him noticing. Two fierce-looking men were discussing in a low voice in a dark corner. In the honorable martial group, gold-ranked martial artists were existences that people looked up to. The 13 gold-ranked branches were the core strength of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Even the 13th gold branch had many strong martial artists, and many of them were just a step away from becoming a saint. His gaze was fixed on Ling Su, who was rushing towards him. However, Ji Xiaoya's sword had destroyed all the houses. Suddenly, his eyes twitched. No matter where they went, they were considered to be unreachable existences. Yet, they were defeated by an unknown person. Even though it was only 3 moves, it was enough to make the arrogant Ji Xiao feel like she was about to collapse. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared on her left side, and a dazzling spark appeared from the left side of her vision. Her left palm caught the claw firmly, and the powerful force caused her left arm to go numb. Ha! A light laugh came out from Ling Su's mouth. That heroic face, the orange-red pupils had long burned silently, transforming into a sea of fire. The power of a gold-ranked martial artist was much greater than an ordinary elder. His expression was stern, and he slowly lifted his heavy feet. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. "Ha, that's right," the bald man laughed. "If Ji Xiao, you really managed to refine the soaring fish fin armor to the gold rank, the Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely take over the Volans constellation and turn the soaring fish fin armor into the saint treasure of the Volans constellation." The bald man laughed. "Ji Xiao, you trained in the light shark sword, a very good, unique martial technique. It is much better than Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw. The armor she is wearing is the soaring fish fin armor of the Volans constellation. It is said that she has used her martial spirit to refine it for 10 years and has never changed it. Its power is not inferior to the saint treasure of the Volans constellation. She is just a step away from becoming a gold-ranked armor." In front of them, there was a tall and sturdy martial artist. He was like a mountain, towering and unshakable. The skinny man did not speak, and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, the warm and amiable lips curled up into a shallow arc. Crane's handsome face that caused countless women to feel ashamed suddenly had an unfathomable sharp aura. The sword aura pierced through the air, and the house in the distance was like a cake, sliced in half by a sharp knife. The spear was like a dragon. Interesting. Lu Hai stopped in his tracks. His half-closed eyes finally opened. The light sword in his hand was condensed. Just at this moment, the sound of the wind came from the right. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and the light sword suddenly slashed horizontally. Crane and Ling Su were on the left and right. Both of them were breathing heavily, but they did not dare to look away. Sweat dripped down their faces, and they did not dare to blink. The tall and sturdy figure in the center of his vision was getting bigger and clearer. The scenery in Ling Su's vision was trembling violently. The wind that blew on his face was like a knife, but his entire body seemed to be enveloped in flames. Every inch of his skin felt like it was being roasted. It was as though something was about to burst out of his body. It must be known that this was the business district. It was the gathering place of all the businesses. To prevent robberies, all the shops were built extremely sturdy. Even if a normal martial artist used all their strength, they would not be able to leave a mark on the walls. His red tongue licked his thin and sharp lips. The orange sea of flames in his eyes surged with fighting intent. Under the silver hair, the heroic face revealed a wild excitement, as though a wild beast had seen its delicious prey. Ling Su roared. Flamingo shot out, dragging a long fiery tail, like a flaming lightning. He suddenly lowered his waist into a horse stance. His thick and uncoordinated arms were held by his side. The golden patterns on his arms seemed to have come alive. His originally thick and sturdy right arm expanded rapidly. It was actually as thick and solid as his chest. Tang Tian's body suddenly disappeared into thin air. This kind of close combat was her weakness. Her body was pushed a few meters to the side by the force. Suddenly, the sound of wind could be heard from behind her. Ji Shao, you did not dare to be negligent. The light-inch sword behind her suddenly folded. Bang! A fierce force came from her back. The light wings were shattered. Ji Shao, you groaned as she floated forward for another 7 to 8 meters. Lu Hai, from the 13th Gold Branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Both of her legs landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Dust and smoke spread out in all directions. Crane politely reminded her, everyone who sees it has a share. It is not a good tradition to eat alone. Crane stood up and wiped his forehead. He slowly took out a bottle of water and elegantly took a sip. I have sweated so much. I need to replenish my water. Ling Su suddenly stood up and started to stretch his neck. He moved his body and said, "Hey, little Crane, go to the back." However, Ji Shaoya's status as a gold-ranked martial artist did not come out of thin air. She had a lot of battle experience. When her palms and fingers touched, countless light-inch swords converged and shot out from her palms. Lu Hai felt that it was a pity. If she had joined their branch, they might have been able to groom her into a gold-ranked martial artist. No wonder the branch leader specially reminded him before he left. Buzz. Ling Su was dissatisfied. "Hey, sissy, don't hinder me from stabbing this idiot to death." Gold-ranked martial artist. This was a gold-ranked martial artist. Lu Hai did not find it strange. Geniuses always had their own pride. His lips curled into a cold smile. Destroying the arrogance of a genius was his favorite thing to do. The astonishing strength forced her to bend her knees. She had long suppressed the anger in her heart. How could she be defeated by such a weak person? The scrawny man said, "They won't dare. If they do that, they will become the enemy of all the constellation masters in Heaven's Road." The Honorable Martial Alliance has grown to where they are today. They are like us, Onyx Soul. If they do not become a constellation master, they will never change. Once they change, they will just be a slightly bigger constellation. There is nothing to be afraid of. From Ji Shaoya's feet to 300 meters away, there was a complete fan-shaped area. All the houses were destroyed and collapsed. The dust that was kicked up was like a monster. It was extremely terrifying. All of you, if you don't surrender, you will die. He stood there quietly like a sword. His slender figure, along with his unpredictable smile on his face, slowly faded away. Ji Xiaoyu stretched out her left palm to protect her head. Bang! A force that was stronger than the previous 2 times was transmitted through her palm. Her arm was numb, and her body was like a wooden pillar that had been smashed down. She fell to the ground with a loud thud. The power of the sword made the people who were watching from afar turn pale. His strength was not bad. How long had it been since he was in such a sorry state? Chapter 379. Sihan's eyes twitched. That assassin! His body was faster than his brain, and his sensitivity to danger was amazing. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and regained her clarity. She was even more apprehensive. Ding! Bang! Up till now, he had not found anything that could withstand the destructive power of the Bat Assassin. Ling, Su, and Flamingo landed heavily on the ground. The intense pain caused him to wake up from his stupor, and he revealed a fierce smile. Fragments of the Bat Assassin rained down on Lu Hai's head. He was indeed a gold-ranked martial artist. Your Highness is indeed intelligent. If you were to fall here, it would be a great victory for us. Ji Meiyu smiled sweetly. Her looks were not as pretty as Angelina, but her slender jade-like legs were extremely alluring. Ji Xiaoyu was aware of Tang Tian's intentions. She could feel that her true power was being depleted. Tang Tian was extremely slippery. Her light shark sword did not even manage to touch his clothes. Your Highness has good eyesight to be able to recognize such an unpopular treasure. Sihan said. It belonged to the southern sky's 42 constellations. Mountain Case Constellation. Mountain Case Heavy Glove. After 12 years of refinement by the Honorable Martial Alliance, it had reached the level of a gold-ranked weapon. He still had no idea what this terrifying silver liquid was. However, after a period of time, it would automatically condense from his silver body. Once it reached the maximum amount, it would stop condensing. Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoyu's silhouettes flashed in the air and collided with each other. The entire street was a mess. Ji Xiaoyu swung her light shark sword, and the sword aura spread over a few hundred meters. Ling Su crawled up from the ground and sat back on Flamingo's back. He spat out the mud in his mouth. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he became even more excited. Corvus Constellation's treasure, 9 Raven Cape. Andre nodded. No wonder Corvus Constellation has been declining for so long. You were the one who secretly extracted the Corvus Constellation's star power. Tang Tian quickly gained the upper hand in the battle and dodged the attacks with ease. Tang Tian is controlling the rhythm. Ayaya, I've been recognized. So scary. Qian Xian's face was not serious. TSK. If it was the Honorable Martial Alliance, losing 5 gold-ranked martial artists at once, they would definitely feel the pain. Oh, no. How could I underestimate the Honorable Martial Alliance? How rich are they? 5 gold-ranked martial artists are nothing to them. Ha ha! Ji Xiaoyu stopped abruptly as she stared intently at Tang Tian. She then raised her light shark sword. Her hair moved even though there was no wind, and her flying fins armor suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. There was a bloody hole in his fist. The woman in front of him was tall and slender. Her slender legs were tightly wrapped in black leather pants. Light golden spots of different sizes were scattered all over her legs, like the stripes on a giraffe. It was very beautiful. Most people would only think that this was ordinary clothing, but Andre's pupils shrank slightly. No, if this continued, it was very likely that she would fail. Tang Tian was in an unprecedented danger. He seemed to be dodging awkwardly, but his eyes were blazing with fire. He was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chen Xian greets Her Majesty. The red-haired man greeted Angelina frivolously. Ji Xiaoya's light body technique was not as good as Tang Tian's. However, her flying fins armor not only strengthened her light shark sword, but also allowed her to be as agile as a fish. With the help of the flying fins armor, Ji Xiaoya was not at a disadvantage in terms of light body technique. Lu Hai knew that he was in danger. He roared and used his right palm to block the attack above his head. Lu Hai's face did not show any signs of happiness. On the contrary, his indifferent face had become ferocious. The light shark sword was indeed powerful, but Ji Xiaoya was only able to unleash the power of the sword. Her understanding of sword techniques was still shallow. Compared to Yi Zhao, Gu, and Crane, they were not on the same level. Light shark sword, ranked 17355 on the unique board of techniques. Andre glanced at Yuanji, who was engaged in an intense battle. He retracted his gaze and looked at the lady in front of him. He laughed. I did not expect you to send out 3 gold-ranked martial artists. It seems like we did not give you enough pressure. Andre, Chen Xian, and the Bat Assassin surrounded the two of them in a triangle formation. The faint gold color indicated that it had undergone refinement and was slowly evolving into a gold-ranked treasure. The bald man in the shadows was surprised. In terms of strength, Tang Tian was weaker than Ji Xiaoya. However, Tang Tian had the upper hand in the battle. Tang Tian made use of his constant dodging to control Ji Xiaoya. Chen Xian's laughter echoed in the hall. What was going on? She was at a loss. How did the battle develop to this stage? Tang Tian's strength was much weaker than hers. This victory should have been in the bag. A man with short red hair walked out with a grin on his face. The light shark sword was ranked much higher than the fire scythe ghost claw. Tang Tian tried to clash with it, but the light shark sword was too powerful. His fire scythe ghost claw was instantly destroyed. The difference between 1 star and 2 stars was much bigger than Tang Tian had imagined. However, Tang Tian was in a state of excitement. He was like a ferocious beast. Let's end it here. Her cold voice could be heard throughout the entire fairy city. Crush him. Shark circulation. She was an experienced fighter. She knew that there was a flaw in her state of mind. This was a sign of danger. The immortal martial had a unique evaluation system for unique martial techniques. From 1 star to 10 stars, there were about 2,000 unique martial techniques for each star. The light shark sword was ranked 2 stars. Compared to both of Tang Tian's martial techniques, it was 1 rank higher. However, Tang Tian was not discouraged. His amazing instincts allowed him to successfully dodge. In a blink of an eye, the tables had turned. At this time, Ling Su's silver spear had arrived. Idiot! The tip of the spear just now had a drop of silver liquid congealed from his body. When this judgment appeared in her mind, she was stunned. The word failure was so glaring. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Hai's arm was like it was made of steel. It did not move an inch. It was as though the spear had pierced into a steel plate. An earth-shattering force came from the spear, causing Ling Su's vision to darken. He did not have time to react. He was sent flying with his bird. 5. Andre's face changed slightly. Then he regained his composure. That's true. I think Tang Tian and the other 2 are your targets. However, with their strength, 2 gold-ranked martial artists are more than enough. Yuanji is 1, so the other 2 are prepared for me. A black figure floated out like smoke. His expression was cold. He was wearing a black cape. His shoulders and arms were covered with black crows. These crows were as black as ink. Only their eyes were gold. "Your Highness has summoned me." Sihon would not dare not come. A low voice came from behind him. Crane's heart trembled, but he did not panic. He held the crane's sword in his hand. A familiar feeling came from his palm. The long-legged lady bowed. "Honorable Martial Alliance, 7th Gold Branch, may you greets your Highness. Your Highness has guessed wrongly. It is not 3, but 5. What a strong power. Angelina was dumbstruck. He lowered his body again and chuckled softly. The excited Tang Tian was extremely sensitive. After a few rounds, he found Ji Xiaoya's weakness. The tip of the spear collided with Lu Hai's gigantic fist. Lu Hai roared, "Mountain! Since you know how to dodge, I will make sure you have nowhere to hide." The steel sword just now couldn't withstand the power of his sword at all. Before it could hurt Lu Hai, it had already disintegrated. Andre was calm. "What about the other one? There's no need to hide." But the battle was not what people expected. Onyx Soul. Mayu said coldly. Tang Tian's fire scythe, Ghost Claw, was ranked number 19921, while his wind concealment steps was ranked number 19832. 5 gold-ranked martial artists. "You have really invested a lot." Andre laughed, but his eyes suddenly became sharp. "But why do you think that I do not care about my life?" Feeling the strong wind above his head, Lu Hai struck with his left palm. Ji Xiaoya, who was raising her light sword, suddenly twisted her wrist and stabbed the light sword into the ground. Ding, ding, ding. With Ji Xiaoya at the center, a circle of light with a radius of 2,000 meters appeared on the ground. Countless white light spots the size of fingernails emerged from the ground, like cherry blossoms being blown by the wind. They scattered like a school of dangerous fish, gathering and dispersing. Currently, he had 5 drops of silver liquid in his body. The bat assassin did not seem to hear it. Crackling sounds could be heard from his arms. The faint golden patterns on his arms seemed to have come alive. His arms started to emit a layer of rock luster, forming a thick rock gauntlet. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the top of the hall. It was a masked man dressed in black and resembling a bat. The sharp white sword, Aura, pierced Lu Hai's palm. But the steel sword in his hand could not withstand the attack and instantly broke into pieces. Crane's reaction was fast. He released the sword hilt in a flash and pressed down with his palm. With a full charge, Ling Su's aura perfectly merged into one. The burning battle intent caused the newly advanced Ling Su's spear to reach an unprecedented peak. The dazzling flying fins shattered into countless fingernail-sized light spots that floated around Ji Xiaoya's body, one of the 19 northern sky continents, Camelopardalis constellation's silver treasure, Camelopardalis striped language. This is the style of the Honorable Martial Alliance. They always think that others are fools. A cynical voice suddenly rang out. The silver transformation had already started to corrode his muscles. The light sword pierced into the ground. Ji Xiaoya's hands were empty. Crane, who had just retrieved the crane sword, felt a strong force coming towards him. He quickly retreated, but he was still hit by the strong force. His entire body flew back like an arrow. He had to retreat for more than 30 meters before he could dissipate the force. Sihon and Mayu were shocked. They did not even notice that someone was hiding in the dark. Clang! Both of them stopped talking and stared at the intense battle. The skinny man nodded. Yes, he is draining Ji Xiaoya's true power. Oh, Ji Xiaoya noticed it. Chapter 380. Dazzling rays of light shone from his 10 fingers as he strode towards Ji Xiaoya. He activated his fire scythe Ghost Claw and clawed at the light spots around him. A densely packed house that was riddled with holes suddenly collapsed. The snowflake-like light spots continued to penetrate through the rubble, causing the pile of rubble to become even finer. Lu-hai did not dare to stop. He continued to punch the sky with his right fist. The black figures continued to fly up into the sky. Lu-hai did not notice that all 13 figures were on the same vertical line. Lu-hai heard the long whistle of the crane above him. He was startled and subconsciously looked up. When the last light spot was destroyed, a bloodied man stood in front of Ji Xiaoya with a face full of fear and despair. Who? Bang! How was this possible? He frantically attacked the light spots, trying his best to avoid being hit. However, he had lost a lot of blood, causing him to feel dizzy. The sound of a sword rang out. Hiss! There were 3 holes in his fist. He was angry. He was not angry because he was injured, but because the mountain case heavy glove was damaged. He had spent a lot of effort on this treasure to reach where it was today. It was only a step away from becoming a gold-ranked treasure. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover from today's damage. Lu-hai was extremely proud of his strength. He had never met a martial artist who was stronger than him in terms of strength. This was his strength. He had once blasted a martial artist's body apart with a single punch. This was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a terrifying martial technique. Although the silver-haired kid's spear technique was good, the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Lu-hai thought that the kid would not be able to get up. He did not expect the kid to get up and continuously attack him 3 times. After receiving 3 heavy punches, even an Iron Man would have been smashed into pieces. Lu-hai did not expect the kid to charge at him, even though his face was covered in blood. The palm aura flew out and expanded rapidly. It was like a wall slamming towards the black figures. Feeling the threat of death, Lu-hai used all his strength in this attack. At such a close distance, the shock wave was enough to destroy them. I will kill you. The tip of the crane sword lit up with a sharp white aura. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when the aura of the sword was condensed to a certain degree. No one had ever lasted more than 3 minutes in the circle of light. His long black hair fluttered in the air. His black eyes were as calm as water. Bang! Lu-hai's stone fist was instantly shattered. Countless rocks exploded, and Lu-hai's entire right arm exploded into pieces. Ling Su looked at Lu-hai, who had a hole in his chest. His face was covered in blood, and he sneered. He moved his silver spear lightly, and it suddenly disappeared. Ji Xiaoya watched coldly from the side. She had tried to use this method to break her shark swimming circle, but no one had ever succeeded. It was like a school of sharks. If you killed 8 or 10 of them, not only would it not make you safe, it would only attract more sharks. Ding, ding, ding. She subconsciously looked in the direction of Tang Tian, and her expression suddenly changed. She could vaguely see Tang Tian's crazed figure in the originally impenetrable circle of light. Idiot! The weak sword aura made Lu-hai feel like a child wielding a sword. It was not a threat to him at all. Countless sparks flashed on the palm aura. 13 figures took turns to attack the palm aura. They all used different stances to attack, and it was a dazzling sight. But at this moment, he had no time to be distracted. Both his legs were rooted to the ground, and he faced Ling Su, who was rushing towards him. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from afar. Ji Xiaoya's expression changed. It was Lu-hai. Was Lu-hai in danger? Lu-hai finally reacted. He did not care about anything else. He used one of his giant palms to protect his head, and the other to punch the crowd. Crane wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said indifferently, "Rotating sword will Crane dance." He was like a wounded beast, and his face was filled with ruthlessness. Ling Su rode on Flamingo, and like a straight line of red flames, he charged into Crane's field of vision. Lu Hai's expression changed. In a moment of desperation, he did not care about anything else and pushed both of his palms upwards. The 13 cranes opened their eyes at the same time. Bang! He fell to the ground like a wooden stake. No, I need to end this quickly. He clapped his palms, and the tip of the sword hit the ground. With a ping sound, Crane was like a huge black crane. He opened his arms and swung away agilely. Lu Hai did not notice that Crane's eyes lit up in the air. How could this be? The black figures were like feathers and were suddenly pushed higher into the sky. Dense explosions rang out. Tang Tian's body was covered in blood. He had become a bloody man, and a small pool of blood formed under his feet. But he continued to attack, crazily attacking the light spots around him. A voice full of sarcasm suddenly rang out. Lu Hai heard Ji Xiaoya's voice, and his heart trembled. Ji Xiaoya had actually used her killing technique. The long whistling sound suddenly stopped, and the 13 black figures in the sky brandished their swords at the same time. But there were too many light spots, and there was no way to dodge them. The figure that had not lost its momentum continued to pounce on the other figure below it. Lu Hai's talent was ordinary, and he only trained in the ordinary heavy fist technique. But to become a gold-ranked martial artist, he had created his own training method. The Honorable Martial Alliance was best at refining treasures. But no matter what Lu Hai did, the results of refining treasures were terrible. He suddenly had an idea, and borrowed some of the Onyx Soul's techniques, and implanted the mountain case heavy gloves into his arms. Lu Hai, who was furious, did not hold back at all. His heavy fists were unleashed to the maximum. Victory must be mine. No one can take it away from me. There was only a cold light in the sky, as bright as a star. All his struggles were futile. How is this possible? Lu Hai could not believe his eyes. The 13 figures were all real. Asterisk, 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 Ji Xiao. You looked at Tang Tian indifferently as he activated his fire scythe ghost claw, and the light spots around him were getting denser. An astonishing number of light spots surged towards Tang Tian and converged into a huge cocoon of light. Fresh blood immediately caused Tang Tian's eyes to turn red. Lu Hai, who was originally angry, became anxious. To him, Ling Su was simply unreasonable. Pu. In the next moment, his expression froze. The continuous sword hums were so dense that it was hard to distinguish them. All that could be heard was the sharp sword hums. Crane descended from the sky. The moment he landed, his legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. He forcefully stabilized himself so that he did not embarrass himself. Clang, clang, clang. Is this the time? He could only dodge with all his might. Bang! A ray of black light descended from the sky. Crane's eyes exploded with a bright light. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. A loud and clear whistle was heard, piercing through the clouds. Suddenly, Ling Su turned his bloodied face. Hey, sissy, what was that technique called? His flesh and treasures gradually fused together. His strength began to increase at an astonishing rate, and the speed of refining the mountain case heavy gloves also increased rapidly. As for the small problem of his body being uncoordinated, he did not care at all. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. In a short few seconds, Tang Tian's body had a few more wounds. Although the wounds were not deep, fresh blood dyed his clothes, and it looked extremely terrifying. Those tiny spots of light were dangerous and fatal. They effortlessly pierced through the house, pierced through the bronze wind chimes hanging from the eaves, and pierced through everything in his field of vision. More and more blood flowed out, and the spots of light decreased. You said it before, 13 figures. Every time their swords hit his palm aura, sparks would fly. This was definitely not an illusion. Ji Xiaoya was at ease. Struggle, struggle, struggle. The more you struggle, the faster you will die. This rascal is crazy. Damn asshole. Kill him. A crisp explosion sound rang out. The spot of light that was hit by the fire scythe, Ghost Claw, immediately turned into a mist of light, and then disappeared. Lu Hai's throat suddenly exploded, revealing a fist-sized hole. His anger was frozen on his face, and his eyes were wide open. Hey, I am a gold-ranked martial artist. Lu Hai was overwhelmed with shock. In his vision, the spinning black flower suddenly collapsed. 13 black figures, like 13 floating black petals, floated towards him. He suddenly grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth that were stained with blood. He was filled with a terrifying power. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how many there were, whether it was 100,000 or 1,000,000, they would all be destroyed. Lu Hai had also leaped to become a gold-ranked martial artist, reaching a height that he dared not imagine before. Roars of anger could be heard from within the light spots. He was not dead yet. Destroy them. Shatter them all. He had to kill him with this punch. As long as he destroyed all of them, he would not have to dodge anymore. Clang! No matter how powerful his palm aura was, under the continuous attacks of the 13 figures, it quickly crumbled and turned into countless fragments. The circle of light became thinner. Defeat her, and you will become a gold-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian. Persevere. The sharp sound of the sword resonated in Lu Hai's ears. Lu Hai, who had just calmed down, was starting to get irritated. If the Ling Su was a cockroach that could not be killed, then the crane was an annoying black fly that kept buzzing in his ears. Tang Tian's roar could be heard from within the impenetrable light spots. Tang Tian was in danger. Lu Hai calmed down, his eyes filled with killing intent. He opened up his fist and waited for Ling Su to rush forward. There was only one thought in his mind, a thought that couldn't be any simpler. Bang! That's right, I can't dodge. But why should I? 13 into 1. Not good. 13 identical black figures formed a circle, each of them pointing their swords at the center of the circle. The tips of the 13 swords were stuck together, like a flock of large black cranes dancing in the sky. Their black sleeves were swept up by the wind, unfurling and changing like an ever-changing black flower, casting a shadow that shrouded Lu Hai's vision. Crane, who was at the highest point, suddenly opened up his arms and rushed down. He rushed to the head of the second crane without slowing down. The two of them collided, and a strange scene happened. The two living figures merged into one. Lu Hai only felt a layer of electricity running through his skin, and all the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. The 13 terrifying killing intents were like 13 sharp needles pointing at his eyebrows. Lu Hai was in a state of madness. This is Ji Xiaoya, who had just made up her mind, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Tang Tian had been struggling for more than 10 minutes. Buzz. Chapter 381. The training they underwent was much harsher than normal training. Suddenly, Crane became cautious. Who is it? The silver Aquarius vase was not opened. It seemed that Tu Zishan did not open the vase after picking it up. Tu Zishan waved his hands at the skinny man. Qian Xian was like this. If he were to argue with him, it would be too ungentlemanly. He turned and greeted Andre. Tu Zishan greets, Your Highness Andre. All these details caused Angelina to be secretly happy. None of the gold-ranked martial artists were weak. The skinny man did not have any expression on his face, but he was shocked. The hall master was not arrogant normally, but he rarely looked up to anyone. The three of them were not bad, but it was not enough for the hall master to be so passionate about them. Qian Xian's face disappeared, and was replaced with a serious expression. I have never heard of them. The fire scythe ghost claw pierced through her chest. Angelina, who was at the corner, was ecstatic. Andre's strength was too strong, to the point that she felt suffocated. Originally, she was already in despair. If Andre had any conditions, she would not be able to reject him. I am sorry, I cannot make the decision. Crane replied politely, This is too shocking. Andre forced himself to calm down. Tu Zishan laughed. Your Highness is wrong. I was not the one who attacked. Andre tried to probe. Does Hall Master Tu have a relationship with the three of them? Before he left, Tu Zishan turned to Crane. I will be staying at the Fairy Inn for a period of time. Inform me when you guys are done. Whether it is successful or not, it is fate. Don't worry about it. All right, their injuries are not light. Everyone, let's not disturb them. Tu Zishan said. Interfere? Qian Xian laughed coldly. The higher-ups want it. The competition was a bit more brutal, although more people died. Only then would powerful experts emerge. Not only us, the Honorable Martial Alliance is the same. The 13 gold branches are much more brutal than the 12 ecliptic palaces. We are different from you guys. However, although the gold branches and Spirit Hall had great power, they could not directly interfere with the local affairs. The authority of the local affairs was mainly in the hands of the clan elders, and the benefits were divided among the big clans. Crane, Tu Zishan laughed and said, Your Highness, you have a good plan. The Honorable Martial Alliance has suffered a great loss this time. 5 gold-ranked martial artists is enough for them to suffer for a while. We are not hostile. The others were stunned. The scrawny man snorted coldly and glanced at the unconscious Tang Tian and Ling Su. Tu Zishan smiled and said, What do you think? The atmosphere in the 7th Divine Hall is pretty good. There's nothing messy here. We have over 100 unique martial techniques in our palace. We will definitely be able to find one suitable for you to train in. If he didn't have it, it was fine too. He could just find another hall to exchange for it. You don't have to worry about anything else. Her body fell heavily into the soil, and her eyes gradually lost their light. The skinny man's face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Qian Xian was a member of the 5th Soul Palace, yet he dared to speak to the palace master so frivolously. He was simply tired of living. If there was only one buyer, she would definitely be taken advantage of. But with 2 buyers, her situation would change drastically. Furthermore, she was meticulous. Although Qian Xian and Tu Zishan were from the Onyx Soul, they did not seem to be on the same side. After leaving, Andre, Qian Xian, and the rest walked together. Andre understood what Qian Xian meant by you guys. He was referring to the constellations. Tang Tian and the other 2 killed 2 gold-ranked martial artists. They definitely had the qualifications to be on the same level as Andre. Plop, plop. He did not expect the Onyx Soul to have such an upright person. Crane praised him in his heart and nodded his head. All right. The 3 of them looked at each other. Tu Zishan immediately reacted and slapped his shiny forehead. That's right, that's right. The structure of the Honorable Martial Alliance and the Onyx Soul were very similar. Tu Zishan's words were heard by the rest. Qian Xian and the rest were suspicious, while Andre laughed bitterly. Since Tu Zishan had said those words, he could not make things difficult for the 3 of them. If not, he would become Tu Zishan's enemy. Andre suspected that Tu Zishan's words were a warning to them. They had seen the battle between Tang Tian and Yi Zhaoge. No matter how much the 3 of them improved, it was impossible for them to kill 2 gold-ranked martial artists, especially for Tang Tian. It was too absurd for him to kill a gold-ranked martial artist alone. Hence, Even though Yi Zhaoge was famous in Shoshan, in the eyes of Qian Xian and the rest, he was just a little kid. Such magnanimity was admirable. Crane could not help but have a good impression of him. He nodded his head and thanked Tu Zishan. On behalf of Tang Tian, I thank Tu Zishan. When he entered, he saw Lu Hai lying on the ground. He was dead. Andre was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the internal structure of the onyx soul would be so messy. Blood flowed like a river. The golden-haired young man was the most eye-catching. The rest of them were covered in wounds. It was obvious that they had been through a tough battle. Angelina was also in the middle of the group, but she was alone. But what was different? But when it came from Tu Zishan, no one dared to doubt him. But was it so easy to kill a gold-ranked martial artist? Tang Tian mustered his remaining strength and ran towards Ling Su and Crane. When he appeared in the manor with his body covered in blood, Ling Su and Crane were shocked. He was an intelligent person and understood Andre's intention. He laughed bitterly. Your Highness, you might not know this, but we, the Onyx Soul's 9 halls, do not belong to each other. Our relationship with the 7th hall is not bad. If it was the 2nd hall, blood would have flowed like a river. It's nothing much. Tu Zishan did not care. I said, I'll stab you to death. Ling Su, whose face was covered in blood, said arrogantly, that was impossible. Andre was shocked by Tu Zishan's identity. The hall master of the Onyx Soul Hall was equivalent to the commanders of the Leo constellation's armies. Even someone as respectable as Andre did not dare to neglect him. He immediately replied, to be able to meet the hall master, it is Andre's honor. Crane did not let his guard down, but he pretended to be relaxed. That's right, there is no conflict of interest between us. Don't the higher-ups care about this? Andre was in disbelief. The highest authority was the elder group. The Honorable Martial Alliance had 13 Honorable Martial Elders that formed the elder group, while the Onyx Soul had 7 Onyx Elders that formed the Onyx Soul Council. Andre could tell that Tu Zishan was trying to protect the 3 of them. It would be foolish to offend Tu Zishan at such a time. He laughed. It's good that everyone is safe. We need to rest too. Even until her death, Ji Shao, you could not understand how there could be such a crazy person in the world. A person covered in blood was showing his white teeth. Was he smiling? Tu Zishan was a man of his words. He never lied. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock. They looked at Crane, and the other 2 with shock and disbelief. Although Qian Xian was a frivolous person, they knew Tu Zishan well. If Tu Zishan said that, then it must be true. Tu Zishan looked at everyone's expressions with interest. He pointed at Lu Hai, who was lying on the ground. When I arrived, he was already dead. As for Ji Shaoya, she was killed by Tang Tian alone. However, he ran too fast. He did not even have time to collect the loot. I helped him find it and handed it over to Brother Crane. Qian Xian was shocked. He quickly waved his hands. Hey, Hall Master, the 5th and 7th halls are brothers. The red-haired Qian Xian whistled. With Hall Master 2 here, we have wasted our time. I am a gold-ranked martial artist. Tang Tian, who was covered in blood, boasted proudly. Andre, Qian Xian, and the Bat Assassin worked together to kill 2 gold-ranked martial artists. All of them were injured to varying degrees. Now that they heard that Tang Tian and the other 2 killed 2 gold-ranked martial artists, did that mean that Tang Tian and the other 2 were as strong as the 3 of them? Andre seemed to have caught on to something. 2 people walked out from the corner. Then he threw a silver Aquarius vase at Crane. Andre replied humbly, if not for Hall Master's help, it would be hard to say the result. According to their intelligence, even if Tang Tian and the other 2 worked together, they would not be able to kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Yi Zhaoge and the rest were famous, but they were still too young. Although they had great potential, they were still far from being comparable to a gold-ranked martial artist. Crane was, after all, from a prestigious family, and his understanding of these things was far more than Tang Tian and Ling Su. He did not expect the bald man to be a hall master of the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall. Crane was surprised. The Spirit Hall was equivalent to the gold branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The difference was that the Honorable Martial Alliance had 13 gold branches, while the Spirit Hall only had 9. Crane suddenly looked at the door. A group of people appeared in his vision. After a while, he regained his senses. It can't be that bad. Regardless of whether it was the gold branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance or the Spirit Hall of the Onyx Soul, they had strict rules and were extremely closed off. Outsiders did not know much about them. Another point was that the gold branch and the Spirit Hall had the same rules. If a family's disciple wanted to enter, he had to sign a martial spirit contract and cut off all ties with the family. The bald man smiled. I will not talk nonsense. I would like to invite the 3 of you to join the Onyx Soul. I am the Hall Master of the 7th Onyx Soul Hall, Tu Zishan. Different, the 2 of them were like 2 blocks of wood. They fell to the ground and fainted. Qian Xian waved his hand and said helplessly, the hatred between us and the 2nd Hall is enough to write an entire history of the Onyx Soul. Of course, the 7th Hall has their nemesis, the 3rd Hall. Let's not talk about the past. 2 of the 3rd Hall's vice hall masters died in the hands of Tu Zishan. Many of the 7th Hall's men died in the hands of the 3rd Hall as well. A bald man raised his hands and said, we are from the Onyx Soul. Although we had some misunderstandings in the past, these misunderstandings have passed. There is no conflict of interest between us. The gold branch belonged to the Elders' Judgment Team, while the Spirit Hall belonged to the Dark Parliament. Regardless of whether it was the gold branch or the Spirit Hall, they had a high status. They did not need to accept orders from anyone other than the Elders' Judgment Team or the Dark Parliament. Usually, the decision-making was in the hands of the Branch Master and the Hall Master. Chapter 382. In such a short period of time, he actually became so much stronger. That's right, that's right. Tang Tian was pleased with himself, just short of writing, I am very powerful on his face. Chen Zilin had a deep understanding of the unique martial techniques. In his eyes, behind those dry and dull names, was a magnificent era and a hero's glory. As for the other martial techniques, Chen Zilin's reaction was indifferent. If he were to disregard these 2 martial techniques, the only one that could be considered as outstanding would probably be the wind concealment steps. As expected, killing the gold-ranked martial artists was not in vain. Tang Tian was elated. Chen Zilin stared at the unique slate, somewhat in a daze. In the short span of a few months, there were already over 73 types of unique martial techniques that were lit up. He had been guarding the unique slate for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Chen Zilin was extremely familiar with all kinds of data, and this ratio was very normal. Tang Tian's reputation in Andromeda City was something that everyone did not expect. Carefully keeping it in the silver Aquarius cabinet, Tang Tian's gaze landed on the unique spirit card. Tang Tian followed behind Bing, looking around and exclaiming out, wow, Uncle, this place has changed a lot. Did you clean it? Number 07 Army Barracks seemed to be brand new. Previously, it was like a wasteland. Oh, not like it was a wasteland. But now it was still the Bronze Forest. But all the buildings were clean, and the copper rust that had formed over the years had disappeared. Oh, unique spirit card. Spoils of war. Tang Tian's eyes stared straight, and he crawled up. The war had just begun. The most eye-catching was a pair of gold-ranked gloves and a unique spirit card, and the Cosmic Point Spear. Origin was the Oblivion Spear, which was also a 4-star unique martial technique, and also a terrifying martial technique. Tang Tian's heart could not help but tremble. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Just these 3 spoils made Tang Tian feel extremely satisfied. They were all things that money could not buy. One could imagine Bing had spent a lot of effort on this. The only regret was that no one practiced the hammer technique, so this unique card could only be left unused. The amount of loot was beyond Tang Tian's imagination, especially Lu Hai's collection. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Lu Hai only had 2 items in his collection, a variety of gloves and a unique spirit card. No matter how you looked at it, these 2 numbers were not eye-catching among the 20,000 unique martial skills on the unique slate. However, Chun Zilin knew that these 2 martial skills were extraordinary. He didn't care. "TSK, what a rare guest," Bing said eccentrically. His poker face looked unkind. Tang Tian was not interested in Lu Hai's other collections. Qilin gauntlets originated from one of the 10 Equatorial Palace halls, Qilin Constellation. It was completely gold in color and shone with an enchanting luster. The gauntlet looked like it was covered in scales. There were horns on the gauntlet, and a dignified and ferocious aura enveloped the entire room. He muttered in his heart. He was extremely familiar with the ancient records of immortal martial. Every time there was chaos, the number of unique martial skills on the unique slate would increase exponentially. This was the rule of the unique slate. Number 07 Army Camp. "Uncle must have a lot of feelings for this place," Tang Tian said. When everyone talked about Chun Zilin after a meal, they would often say, "This kind of person will probably guard the slate for the rest of his life." Wah wah wah. Golden Gauntlet. Tang Tian kept all the other items and entered the cross door with the unique spirit card. It was not a good thing to have 2 companions who treated money like dirt. There was no joy or excitement at all. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. The simple and unadorned army camp looked like it had been reborn. In the suicide room, Tang Tian thought about his previous experience and shivered. Compared to Lu Hai, Ji Xiaoya's collection was much less interesting. However, the Thunder Radiance Hammer made Tang Tian's eyes light up. Unique spirit card. Bing's footsteps paused for a moment. Then he acted as though he did not hear anything and said, "You are lucky. Although there are many places in the army camp that have not been repaired, there are a few places that are suitable for you to train in. It's a pity that you destroyed the suicide room. If not, you could have done it again." Tang Tian wiped the saliva off his mouth. His eyes regained their clarity, and his face fell. The appearance of these 2 martial techniques made Chun Zilin very interested and excited. Tang Tian thought about it. It seemed like he had not been here for a long time. He was embarrassed, but when the words came out of his mouth, it immediately became boastful. "Ha ha, Uncle Bing, let me tell you something amazing. I killed a gold-ranked martial artist." When he was bored, he did a ranking of the unique martial techniques of the 4 stars. These 2 martial techniques were the top 10 strongest martial techniques of the 4 stars. "Yes," Bing nodded seriously. "It is very suitable for demolition." His body was covered with bandages, making him look like a mummy. This was done by Ling Su. No one was better than Ling Su when it came to bandaging. However, Tang Tian's injuries were not serious. The wounds were not deep, but the number was frightening. The battle between Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya was witnessed by almost everyone in the city. The gold-ranked treasures were full of intelligence. In order to control it, one must first tame it. With Tang Tian's current strength, he would not be able to control it. This Qilin gauntlet was prepared by Lu Hai for the future. Although he did not let Tang Tian off, he could not help but secretly observe the qi that Tang Tian's body was releasing, caused him to be secretly shocked. I don't want to join, either. Ling Su said straightforwardly. Bing noticed Tang Tian's expression and immediately became happy. Speaking of which, although the suicide room is scary, it has a high death rate. However, if you are talking about pain, it is nothing. There are many training courses that will let you understand that when the pain reaches a certain level, death is nothing. Oh, it is indeed powerful. Tang Tian agreed. Join Onyx Soul? Tang Tian shook his head like a rattle drum. I don't want to join. Crane Sword Wheel originated from Death Sword Dance, which was a 4-star unique martial technique. It was very scary. Before Crane left, he pointed at the silver Aquarius cabinet beside Tang Tian. Crane Sword Wheel. 2 stars, number 17226. Out of the 73 unique martial techniques that were lit, 3 were rated as 3 stars, 15 were rated as 2 stars, and 55 were rated as 1 star. Tang Tian was long used to Uncle Bing's sarcasm and ridicule and was not angry. He laughed and said, Uncle, I got 2 unique spirit cards, and one of them is suitable for me. Thousand Cleave Demonic Fist. How is it? It sounds powerful, right? In fact, it was much harder for a new martial technique to enter the list than a lost martial technique. However, this unique martial technique was suitable for Tang Tian. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was fierce and powerful, but it did not have many variations. Tang Tian urgently needed a martial technique that could allow him to have more attacking methods. There was a period of time when Chen Zilin was obsessed with researching the essential differences between unique martial skills and non-unique martial skills. He had once spent a lot of time researching those unique martial skills that had the qualifications to become unique martial skills. The Wind Concealment Steps was one of them. On the contrary, when everyone heard that the Honorable Martial Alliance had lost 4 gold-ranked martial artists, it made everyone excited. Naturally, no one could see the battle in the Fairy Palace. Crane and Ling Su's battle with Lu Hai was also not seen by many. Fairy City regained its peace, although the battle was intense. But to the citizens who had experienced the explosion of the Fairy Palace, it was not enough to make them panic. However, it had nothing to do with Chen Zilin. He was just a disciple on duty at the unique slate. In everyone's eyes, he was a strange person with a cold personality who spent all day doing meaningless and worthless research. Point Star Spear. 2 stars, number 16894. And then you were beaten up by a gold-ranked martial artist? Bing mocked. Since when did killing a gold-ranked martial artist become something to be proud of? I thought you killed a Saint Ranker. However, recently, unique martial techniques had appeared frequently. Chen Zilin was already numb to it and did not feel anything. It was not only him. The entire immortal martial was numb to it. Furthermore, due to the instability of the law and order, the immortal marshal's information system was also affected, and it became harder to get information back. 20,000 unique martial techniques. Most of them were independent and not related to each other. However, there were some unique martial techniques that had deep connections with each other. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing a real gold-ranked star treasure. His eyes were glued to it, and traces of saliva could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand. 2 stars. This was an extremely unique technique. The technique was known for its variations. The so-called technique referred to the fact that there were no fixed techniques. It could be used with fingers or palms, and could be changed as one wished. Thousand Cleave Demonic Hand emphasized on the word dismantle. It could dismantle tens of thousands of techniques, and there were many variations. It could be soft or hard, and it could be used to find a way to win. Tang Tian. Seems like everyone has the same opinion. Crane seemed to have predicted their decision, and was not surprised. Then I'll go and reply to 2Z Sean. Don't let him wait too long. Oh, right, that's the spoils of war. But very quickly, the room was filled with his excited cheers. This fellow, unlike the Chelan gauntlets, Lu Hai did not care much for this 2-star unique martial technique. After thinking about it, Tang Tian was relieved. Lu Hai was a fist technique martial artist, and this technique was not suitable for him. The reason why he kept it was probably to see if he could exchange it with someone else in the future. Of course, the chaos of the world would make it harder to gather information, but it would also make the information more valuable. The morale of the entire immortal marshal was high. Cleaning. Bing's poker face twitched. Idiot, this is repairing. Repairing is a very difficult and technical task. Chaotic times? Immortal martial. But among the data, what caught his attention was not the 3 3-star unique martial techniques, but the 2 2-star unique martial techniques, Crane's Wheel of Swords and Cosmic Spear. Because the former represented creation, and the latter represented inheritance. Gold-ranked martial artist. Bing was startled. Ling Su was not interested in these things. He left and said, I'm going to train. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Chapter 383. After saying that, he then realized, shouldn't he be the one asking that question? He tried to make up for it. Hey, who are you? That's right, it's also a C. Tang Tian was reminded, and immediately remembered. You said it before, it's something called the Exiled Ocean. Bing, who could not stand Tang Tian, left in anger. Of course, before leaving, he did not forget to take the unique Hammer Technique Spirit card. Amidst the dazzling sparks, the pair of white slender palms seemed to have some sort of magic, bringing along an indescribable rhythm. The 10 fingers were like flowing water, continuously striking Tang Tian's 10 fingers. The ocean of peace is where I belong. My battle spirit is at peace. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will never know the importance of respecting your instructors. Bang, bang, bang. He stood up and walked out. The man was dressed in a gray martial artist robe. His face was clear and skinny. Around 40 years old, his gray pupils gave him an indescribable gloominess. His arms hung naturally by his side. His fingers were long and snow-white. Yes. Bing's gaze was far away, looking at the breathtakingly beautiful sea, and said, the army has 4 seas, the Exiled Ocean, the Indigo Mirror Ocean, the Prairie Blazing Ocean, and the Ocean of Peace. An intense sense of danger enveloped his mind. Without thinking, the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw brazenly attacked. Just throw the unique spirit card into the sea. Tang Tian threw the unique spirit card into the sea in anticipation. Bing's expression twitched. All right, to be calculative with this fool. He was truly too stupid. He acted as though he did not hear anything, and was about to continue. Who are you? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. The weird thing was his own finger force did not trigger anything. Tang Tian scratched his chin, as though he was shocked. After a while, he pointed to the Indigo Mirror Ocean. Uncle, is the water in the sea drinkable? It's so beautiful, Tang Tian muttered. The scenery in front of him was filled with dreamy colors. Behind the small door, how can there be a sea? He thought about this question for a very long time, until finally he found an answer. It must be the commander and the rest who hoped that he could pass on the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Bing thought of many people, thought of many things. The lingering smoke was like the clouds of the past, slowly brushing past him. Crash! His agile and slender arms were like 2 intertwining snakes, and he seized the opportunity to enter the middle of the palace. Outside Lan Jing's room, Bing leaned on the door, took out a cigarette from nowhere, and clumsily lit it. The acrid taste of tobacco rushed up his throat, and he coughed violently. The surface of the sea became as smooth as a mirror again. The man stood quietly on the surface of the lake, his gray eyes sizing up Tang Tian. "It's so clean. I really want to drink it." Tang Tian licked his lips. The smoke had burned out, and he seemed to wake up from a dream. Why was he the only one alive? Bing did not doubt that Tang Tian's future achievements would be much higher than his, and Tang Tian was destined to walk the path of an ultimate martial artist. He couldn't think of a second reason. The sounds of magnetic collisions between the two sides were dense and light. The dazzling sparks quickly dimmed in the repeated collisions. Plop! Tang Tian's gaze was slack as he fell into the sea, and the water flowed in reverse. "Little guy, you want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." That must be it. Tang Chao's lectures had given him a lot of inspiration. A man floated up from the sea. Bing's ideals were different from Tang Tian's. The first military general academy in the history of Lupus Constellation, the Sky Marshal Wolf Academy, started to recruit students from the outside world. Bing's voice seemed to have passed through time and space and floated around the indigo mirror ocean. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. Bing finally exploded and roared, "Scram!" Slowly, he started to get used to the smell. He leaned against the door and quietly smoked. The blurry figure on the surface of the unique spirit card suddenly floated out slowly. "Sweet. Hey, Uncle, you haven't told me how to cultivate unique martial techniques in the indigo mirror ocean." Compared to Tang Tian's ideals, Bing's was much smaller to rebuild the Southern Cross Army. To him, if the Southern Cross Army was not a mechanical army, then it would still be the Southern Cross Army. An army's inheritance was not about the number of strong martial artists, nor the number of mechanical engineers, but the inheritance of faith. Wow, so mystical. He was not in a rush to throw the unique spirit card into the spirit hall. He was clear that to build an army, the most important thing was the people and not the martial spirit. Luckily, at least he had the Fool. Tang Chao's plan to attack Fornax Constellation had been submitted for a few days, and even Bing had to admit the plan was done very well, and the success rate was very high. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw's finger power could be triggered at any time, and as long as there was a slight contact, it would immediately be triggered. Just now, Tang Tian dared to guarantee that he would definitely have touched the opponent's palm. This is called the Indigo Mirror Room, and every Indigo Mirror Room leads to the ocean. Although martial artists were the strongest in this era, he still stubbornly wanted to build a mechanical army. The Sea of Exile is an endless prison and will forever imprison sinners. Tang Tian quickly activated his true power, and his fingertips exploded with light like a beautiful firework whistling towards the opponent's palm. With a unique spirit card, it would be of great help to his plan. Using the spirit hall in the barracks, there was a high chance that he could obtain a strong enough spirit military leader. Although Ink City could not directly enter Fornax Constellation, but it could pass through Eridanus Constellation and then enter Fornax Constellation. If the speed was fast enough and the attack was sudden enough, the possibility of conquering it in a short period of time was very high. Enjoy your wonderful life. I'm really looking forward to it. This guy hated failure so much, was so brave and fearless, and so hardworking and tolerant. Every time Zhou hit Tang Tian's finger, it would remove a portion of his true power. Tang Tian felt that the true power in his fingers was like a deflated balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced by more than half. If you want to train in unique martial techniques, there is no place more suitable than this. The originally gray figure slowly became brighter, and different colors appeared. His flat body inflated like a balloon. Tang Tian was stunned for a moment, and vaguely felt that something was wrong, and subconsciously replied, "I am Tang Tian." Hey, shouldn't I be the one saying that? This sea is the Indigo Mirror Sea. At this time, Tang Tian realized that the opponent's palm had once again entered the attack range of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. He was overjoyed. Let's see how you escape this time. Hey, hey, hey! Tang Tian did not have time to defend himself, and only saw a gray figure enter his vision. Tang Tian's heart trembled. So fast! The sapphire blue sea was calm without a single ripple, like a huge mirror extending from the door to the edge of the horizon. As far as the eye could see, the sky hung low, as though it was within reach, and the soft white clouds quietly stopped there, casting their reflections on the surface of the sea, just like a large-size cotton candy. He had already started to get used to the loneliness of being alone for 10,000 years, used to the vast and empty camp, used to the memories of the ruins. If the commander was still here, he would definitely like this fool, Bing thought. How could it be like this? Tang Tian's face was in pain, and his entire body flew out. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly realized that the opponent was following him like a shadow. He had always been vexed that he did not have any helpers. Since it was like that, then he might as well groom himself. Although this process was slow, but the benefits to the future were real. Countless of hands once again blossomed like flowers, filling up Tang Tian's vision. Bang! The smoke was what he found when he was cleaning the barracks. He remembered it was left behind by Akai. In the army, only he, the old smoker, would spend so much money to build a smokehouse. At that time, he remembered that Akai had said proudly that even after 10,000 years, the cigarettes inside would still be safe and sound. After that, they were quickly transferred to other places, and Akai's smokehouse was mocked by everyone for a long time. Bing, on Tang Tian, saw the shadow of the commander. The Prairie Fire Sea is the place where energy is born, where tens of thousands of spirits are born. Tang Tian's vision blurred. Suddenly, in his vision, countless of hands blossomed like flowers, immediately messing up his rhythm. He felt his fingers touching the opponent's palm, but before he could release his true power, his fingertips were empty. Behind Bing was a square door. This door was square, without any decorations. Bing pushed the door open, and Tang Tian could not help but exclaim, "Pa, pa, pa." Tang Tian was hit by countless of whips, his body trembling like a sieve. The indigo mirror ocean is the boundary between reality and illusion, the place of purification. Tang Tian's voice came out from behind. Furthermore, he had a completely sealed experimental field, which was Lupus Constellation. Before he finished speaking, Tang Tian had already lost sight of the opponent. He could do whatever he wanted here, and there would not be any restrictions. Will it be very salty? Tang Tian muttered to himself, eager to try. Thousand Hands Demon, lords owe you. The middle-aged man said coldly, Then let me see your strength. Bing, who was immersed in the glory of the past, was stunned. Tang Tian was surprised to find that the door had disappeared, and he was surrounded by the sea. Bing closed the door. The unique card sunk into the sea, but strangely, there were no ripples on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the unique card became as bright as a lamp. The sparkling and translucent sea water was like a jewel, reflecting the light of the unique card. It was time to work. He did not know what the commander was thinking when he smoked like this in the past. His poker face, which was illuminated by the cigarette, exposed a warm smile. The feeling of emptiness in his fingers made Tang Tian feel unspeakably uncomfortable. But this fellow was a bootlicker. The commander's cigarettes were personally made by him. Behind the door was actually the sea. Maybe Tang Tian did not know what his future would be like, but Bing was full of confidence in him. Tang Tian shouted, every day, go to Southern Cross Constellation, find Chia, find the answer. But Bing saw a strong martial artist on Tang Tian's body. Bing's poker face exposed a sinister aura, and his tone was normal, "Oh, just throw the unique card into the sea." Bing was in a daze and reminisced, "Do you still remember the place where you found me?" Chapter 384. A training base that could accommodate 3,000 people did not need to be too big. Using their previous underground training base as the main body, it was expanded. There were only 30,000 people left in the second round of the test. Alan felt a rush of hot blood to his head. These two words seemed to possess some sort of divine power. The academy was a place where only the rich could enter. There were powerful martial artists and famous teachers there. In his heart, the academy must be a heavenly place with young Tang's intelligence. How could he think of such a powerful move? The energy concentration of Lupus Constellation was extremely thin, and there had never been any strong martial artists. The worrying thing was that the consumption of starstones was simply like flowing water. It would be worth it to die for such a king. Bing was extremely excited. It was his first time encountering such a fiery scene. Bing had already strictly limited the age of the applicants. Only 12 to 14 years old were allowed to sign up, but even so, the number of applicants had already reached 3 million. That also meant that close to 90% of the youths in Lupus Constellation were here to register. Who would have thought that instead of conscription, they would recruit students? Of course, to Uncle Bing, who would not wake up early without benefits. He felt that this move could not be any better. The spectacle of the various registration points caused the Bing, who started it, to be dumbstruck. The 5 polar domains fluctuated between 10% and 20%. There wasn't before, but there is now. DePeng said, "The Wolf King has just built it. It only accepts 12 to 14 years old. The tuition fee is completely free, and there is a monthly subsidy of 150 star coins. 150 star coins. That's enough to feed a family." Academies. Bang. The courtyard door was pushed open heavily, smashing against the wall at the side, making a terrible clanging sound. Alan was glad that he had reinforced the door the last time he repaired it. Otherwise, he would have to repair it again. "The Sky Wolf Martial Academy is recruiting students," DePeng said excitedly. This guy definitely wouldn't knock. The rock rushed in like a gust of wind. Luen. In the entire Lupus Constellation, there were only 3 academies, and the exorbitant fees were not something that the poor could hope for. Alan had a helpless look on his face. What's so urgent? And this was only the consumption of the energy hall. In the daily training, the training of true power was just one of the basic subjects. Spirit cards, mechanical spirit weapons. Fortunately, these youths of the Lupus tribe were all very diligent. Diligence might not make you a top-notch martial artist, but it could at least make you a decent martial artist. The reason why they were weak was because they did not receive systematic training, and because of the thin energy in Lupus Constellation. He had always been waiting for the Wolf King's conscription. The hardships of life had long since taught him that there would always be a balance between receiving and giving. For this awakening potion, he was willing to be conscripted. The lives of the Lupus Constellation people were like grass. It was normal for them to risk their lives for a bag of rations, not to mention a portion of awakening medicine. Bing's rich experience was showing its value at this moment. In the past, when the Southern Cross Army recruited new soldiers, it was the same. He quickly formulated a few low-level preliminary test standards and quickly issued them. Sky Martial Wolf Academy. Ah Luen gulped down a mouthful of water. Don't talk nonsense. There is no Sky Martial Wolf Academy in Lupus Constellation. There had never been a Wolf King who was so benevolent. It seemed that every time he tossed and turned, the final situation would always be too big for him to handle. The youths of the Lupus tribe had never experienced such dense energy before. All of them greedily cultivated with all their might, not even needing the soldiers to urge them. In other constellations, Youths of this age would usually enter an academy to study, but in Lupus constellation, the majority of the youths would already be working at this age. The Lupus tribe were simple and honest. To them, Tang Tian was someone who truly treated them well, and serving Tang Tian was the greatest wish of the majority of the youths. But he did not truly understand the poverty of Lupus constellation. To countless of the Lupus tribe, this portion of awakening medicine would profoundly change their fate. When the Million Awakening Medicine Project was first announced, Aluan did not believe it at all. Only when the awakening medicine was sent to his house did he then understand that it was all true. The difference in energy concentration of 1%, the difference in training results would be extremely huge. Because training was a process of accumulating over time, the difference of 1% in 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years would cause a huge difference. Bing only reflected for 3 seconds, then decided to throw the problem to the side and let the crazy young man torment himself. Aluan had long decided if the Wolf King called for him, he would definitely go. To judge whether a constellation was rich or poor, the most important indicator was the energy concentration. After the blood meridians awakened, Aluan's strength had a qualitative leap, and there were a few extremely intelligent fellows who were extremely good military generals. Bing secretly paid attention to them. This was a terrifying number, and Bing understood the meaning behind this number. Bing had a guilty conscience. Remote, impoverished, backward, this was the true portrayal of Lupus constellation. Tang Tian completely did not know what kind of effect the last time he threw out 1,000,000 portions of awakening medicine would have on him. In truth, he already did not remember this matter. To him, it was not a big deal. After a rough calculation, Bing realized if Sky Martial Wolf Academy maintained its current scale and maintained a relatively high standard of training, the annual expenditure would be at least 10 billion. The Energy Hall's daily expenditure would reach 5 million star coins. In a month, it would be 150 million star coins, and in a year, it would be around 2 billion star coins. This incident had a huge impact on Bing. The Million Awakening Medicine Project that he thought was ridiculous and boring actually contained such a shocking amount of energy. Sexton's constellation was the smallest constellation of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Even if it was placed in the southern sky or northern sky, it was still a small constellation. But its dense energy made it one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Sexton's constellation itself did not produce anything, and all the resources had to be bought from other constellations. But this did not affect its prosperity, as countless of martial artists flocked in. Sexton's constellation gradually became a training base that was open to the public, and there were all sorts of training facilities that were extremely complete. And the final round of testing, only 3,000 people were left. Lupus constellation's energy concentration was extremely low and ranked at the bottom of the southern sky's 42 constellations. The concentration of energy in the air was only 1%. The southern sky constellation's strongest concentration was 5%. This was a sealed hall that could accommodate 3,000 people, and the energy concentration inside was 30 times that of the outside, reaching the energy concentration of an equatorial palace hall. The energy clothes were too expensive to manufacture, and the energy rooms required a huge amount of energy. Bing and Sai Lei discussed for a long time and finally completed a brand new design. The energy hall. The simple initial test eliminated close to 90% of the people, leaving behind only 300,000 people. But this number still far exceeded what Bing could bear. Rock bricks were the only product of Green Rock Village, and almost all of the villagers relied on it to survive. The sales of the rock bricks were very ordinary, and everyone could barely make ends meet. So, when Sky Wolf Martial Academy started to recruit students, the situation almost went out of control. Constellations with high energy concentration even if they did not produce anything, would attract martial artists like ducks. Because the energy concentration directly determined the martial artist's training speed, and the most typical example was Sexton's constellation, one of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Since ancient times, Lupus constellation was the poorest constellation in Heaven's Road because it was too barren and desolate, and foreign martial artists were too lazy to occupy it. Only the persevering and hard-working Lupus constellation could survive in this desolate place. In a short span of a week, over 600,000 people signed up, and by the second week, the number had already risen to 1,700,000. The establishment of Sky Wolf Martial Academy caused a huge reaction in Lupus constellation. Bing was extremely excited. The strength of the 3,000 people was extremely low, but he did not mind. Picking out 3,000 out of the 3 million people, 1 out of 1,000, all of these youths' talents were outstanding among their peers. As long as a martial artist had ambition, he would choose constellations with high energy concentration. Without saying a word, Aluan rushed out. Bing could not understand, but he decided to carry on with the plan. The awakening medicine was cheap to them, but to the citizens of Lupus constellation, it could change their lives. As long as they were nurtured carefully and provided with sufficient conditions, their strength would soar. Aluan! Aluan! The northern sky constellation's concentration was between 5% to 10%. With this guy here, I can't do anything. Aluan patted off the stone powder on his body. Although he was only 12 years old, his physique was already much sturdier than the average youth. His bulging muscles looked extremely robust. In front of him, there were many rough rock bricks, and his job was to cut them smooth. Aluan was one of the beneficiaries of the Million Awakening Medicine Plan. If it was in the past, he would never have dared to imagine that one day his blood meridians would awaken. In the past, to awaken blood meridians required the awakening blood spring, and the awakening blood spring was in the hands of the big powerhouses. The big powerhouses used the awakening blood spring to amass wealth, and the price was not something that ordinary people could afford. But the key was the training of true power. The energy in Lupus constellation was too thin, and the growth of true power was extremely slow. To speed it up, it required additional energy. The ecliptic Pallas constellation's energy concentration was at least 50% and above, and the Overlord Leo constellation's energy concentration was as high as 72%, which was an extremely terrifying number. No one had ever done such a thing before, and Tang Tian's prestige in Lupus constellation had reached an unprecedented height. Those tribes that were originally afraid of Tang Tian's power and influence were now completely convinced. The 10 equatorial palace halls' energy concentration fluctuated between 20% to 40%, like Sexton's constellation. Its energy concentration reached an astonishing 33%. Why were the low-level constellations unable to retain strong martial artists? Was because the energy concentration was too thin. It was as if he had unknowingly created a big hole. Lupus King built it. Aluan was startled. He put down the teacup, his face revealing a look of respect. A series of shouts and squeals came from outside the courtyard. Alan helplessly stopped. When would the rock change his fiery temper? That would be great. Aluan, hurry up, don't be late. Depeng immediately reminded, and then said proudly, I have already registered. Bing was happy and worried. Chapter 385. Indigo Mirror Ocean? Not a bad name. Thousand Hands Demon, Lord muttered to himself. If you meet him in the future, you must be careful. Seventh Brother's expression was solemn. His desire to win is very strong. I have never seen a martial artist with such a strong desire to win. Zhang Minghe rushed forward and grabbed Seventh Brother's neck and shook him. I told you to read. I told you to read. Thousand Hands Demon, Lord retracted his gaze and turned his face Tang Tian, do you want to learn the thousand-cleaved demonic hand? Especially when he heard Tang Tian proudly boasting about himself as a godlike young lad, the Thousand Hands Devil Lord could not help but reveal a smile. Ling Su is fun. Little Crane is fun too. But he is more cunning than Ling Su. Haha, I have already seen through them. Housefly Cow is also very strong. Wait till he masters the Wild Earth Blade. Then we can fight again. All right. Tang Tian, who was at a loss, agreed. After interacting with him, he felt that Thousand Hands Demon Lord was not a bad person. At a faster speed, he fell back and fell into the water with a splash. We, the Honorable Martial Alliance, have stood at the top of the clouds for too long. We have forgotten what the world is like. Who is Ji Xiaoya? Seventh brother raised his head in confusion. Unknowingly, Tang Tian had already treated him as a target. He was not as angry as before and sat down. Tang Tian spoke for a long time. Finally, he felt that he had said everything he had experienced and heard. He stopped and looked at the Thousand-Hand Devil Lord guiltily. Did you understand all of this? A martial artist born to fight. Zhang Ming, he was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly. A martial artist born to fight. This was a high evaluation. How could Tang Tian be worthy of such an evaluation? Thousand Hands Demon Lord did not seem to see Tang Tian. He stepped on the crystal-clear surface of the sea and seemed to be thinking about something. His gloomy face was always lifeless. When the light dissipated, Thousand Hands Demon Lord had disappeared. Zhang Ming, he was stunned by Seventh Brother's reaction. Seventh Brother, aren't you surprised at all? A gold-ranked martial artist. That is a gold-ranked martial artist. In this terrifying yet enchanting ocean, it was truly fortunate to meet such a youth. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, and he rushed out like a ferocious tiger. But Tang Tian is not like that. He pursues victory. He was a martial artist who would crazily pursue victory no matter the situation. His strength did not stop there. In addition to his desire to win, he also had an astonishing talent for combat, a beast-like intuition, and a demonic calmness. I've always thought that these two characteristics contradict each other. I didn't expect to see them on the same person. Seven looked at him and said, I studied the image you gave me last time and came to a conclusion. Let me tell you, Jie was really amazing at that time. Later on, I realized that I was indeed a genius. Jie really has good taste. Wah! Zhang Ming, he blurted out. What? I want to learn. Tang Tian replied without hesitation and asked excitedly, Are you going to teach me? From afar, there was a sudden burst of light. That's why you thought it was weird, right? Seventh Brother said calmly. Actually, you don't think highly of Tang Tian. Although he made Sixth Brother Yi suffer the last time, you actually thought that he was lucky. You did not put him on the same level as you. Thousand Hands Demon Lord's voice suddenly came from above. Tang Tian, who had just struggled out of the water, was startled and replied, Indigo Mirror Ocean. Zhang Ming, he gasped for breath. That scared me to death. Tang Tian killed Ji Xiaoya. Tang Tian calmed down and sat not far from Thousand Hands Demon Lord. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Thousand Hands Demon Lord's strength was unfathomable. He was the strongest spirit general he had ever met. His opponent's martial techniques had reached perfection. Looking at Tang Tian's blank expression, he did not have the intention to explain. Instead, he asked, Tang Tian, can you help me with something? About the same as me. Seventh Brother said word by word. He is a martial artist born to fight. Hey, what's the matter? Seventh Brother did not even bat an eyelid. His eyes were glued to the book in his hands, unwilling to move away. What a beautiful ocean! Seventh Brother looked at the stunned Zhang Ming. He thought for a while. Actually, there is something that I have always wanted to say. Today, I will take this opportunity to say it. I understand. Thousand Hands Demon, Lord nodded his head. What about sixth brother Yi? Zhang Ming, he nodded his head. Seventh brother's analysis of sixth brother Yi was indeed reasonable. Seventh brother's face was flushed red. He could see stars in his eyes. He raised his hand with difficulty and signaled Zhang Ming he to let go. Because of seventh brother's words, Tang Tian had entered the eyes of the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance. He could not even block one move from his opponent. This was like a bucket of cold water for Tang Tian, who had just defeated Ji Xiaoya. Tang Tian was not discouraged. Instead, he encouraged himself in his heart. Tang Tian, you will definitely surpass him. After a long time, seventh brother regained his senses and stared angrily at Zhang Ming. Then he would dissipate like a bubble. The Thousand Hands Demon, Lord raised his head in surprise. What entered his vision was a sincere face. Thousand Hands Demon, Lord's name. He had never heard of him before, but he was so powerful. There was always someone better than him. The world was much bigger than he had imagined. His speed of improvement will always be unexpected. Good. Tang Tian nodded his head. If I pass by Sexton's constellation, I will definitely go to Plum Forest City. But if I do not pass by, I cannot guarantee it. The 13th Gold Branches Gold-ranked martial artist. Zhang Ming, he was extremely excited. Gold-ranked martial artist. That is a gold-ranked martial artist. Perverted. Too perverted. Tang Tian started to speak. His words were messy and without any logic. Stronger than sixth brother Yi? Zhang Ming, his smile disappeared as he asked, Hey, what is this place? On the second day, seventh brother's words were spread to the higher-ups of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Many people were shocked. A few elders of the Honorable Martial Alliance praised seventh brother's words. The atmosphere of the Honorable Martial Alliance became serious, and all the big families started to allocate resources to the younger generation. Thousand Hands Demon, Lord looked at Tang Tian, who was struggling in the water, and felt annoyed. This guy's strength was pitiful, but he was like a housefly that was extremely annoying. Even if he wanted to calm down, he could not. Tang Tian's words were incoherent. Thousand Hands Demon, Lord listened attentively. Unknowingly, the gloominess on his face dissipated by a lot. He looked at Tang Tian, and his gaze became gentle. Seventh brother understood that if he was to be serious, he would not be able to live with himself. Bang! He closed his book and said slowly, You can't defeat a gold-ranked martial artist? Zhang Ming, his face was immediately filled with smiles. Seventh brother, my dear brother. You see, once I had news, I immediately came to inform you. Even if I don't have any merits, I have put in a lot of effort. Zhang Ming, he regained his senses and said unhappily, Seventh brother, do we still need to do this between us? Thousand Hands Demon Lord laughed and pointed to the sea. It will teach you. He walked in front of Tang Tian and sat down cross-legged. Zhang Ming, he saw that seventh brother was about to spit out white foam and then unwillingly released his hand. If you don't tell me the truth today, I will not let you go. Tang Tian's eyes widened and stared fiercely at Thousand Hands Demon Lord. His chest was filled with anger. He had even defeated a gold-ranked martial artist and was actually beaten up so badly by an old man. If you go to Sexton's constellation, go to Pagoda City, there is a family with the surname Feng. Their ancestor has a lady called Feng Yenair. If you find this family, can you impart this martial technique to them? Thousand Hands Demon Lord stared at Tang Tian's face. He knew that his request was too much. Tang Tian suddenly felt sympathy in his heart. The spirit general had been summoned, and the people had changed. All his friends and family were no longer around. It was truly pitiful. He thought of Uncle Bing, thought of Ghost Claw. The beautiful and dreamy indigo mirror ocean suddenly changed. Zhang Ming, he was startled. That depends. If it is just a spar, there shouldn't be a problem, and I won't be at a disadvantage. But if it is a life and death battle, I am definitely not their match. They are all battle maniacs. Thank you. The gloominess on Thousand Hands Demon Lord's face was swept away. The light aura behind him became more and more intense, as though the sun was about to jump out of the water. Zhang Ming, he shook his head. Even so, he cannot kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Is the sun about to rise? Ha 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 ha. I knew it. You would definitely understand. Tang Tian was elated. It's not that he is too fast, it's that you are too slow. Seventh brother looked at Zhang Ming. He said, your talent is strong and your conditions are good, but you lack initiative. You spend most of your energy on scheming and scheming. Now, other people can kill gold-ranked martial artists, but you, with your current speed, you will need at least 2 years to be able to squeeze yourself out of the top 3,000. Tang Tian struggled out of the water. He did not feel anything and looked around. Zhang Ming, he knew that there was something below and immediately perked up his ears. The light aura was so piercing that Tang Tian could not open his eyes. He could hear Thousand Hands Demon Lord shouting, Tang Tian, you must remember, train in the 1,000-cleave demonic hand. Don't be deceived by your eyes. Zhang Ming, he opened his mouth, but did not say anything. But why can other people do it? Seventh brother said impolitely, that's right, it's illogical, but if other people can do it, and you can't, then you lose. In this world, there are only winners and losers. No one cares if you are illogical or not. Bang! Seventh brother laughed. This is the most easily overlooked point. Oh, seventh brother replied, lowered his head again, and looked at the book. They are not the same. Seventh brother said. Sixth brother Yi is not seeking victory. What he seeks is not victory, but excitement. He seeks the excitement of life and death. This kind of excitement is like an addictive drug. If you pay attention to sixth brother Ye's expression when he is injured, you will see that he enjoys it. Thus, Tang Tian had a new nickname, Grindstone. Mr. Grindstone was not happy at all, because he was being tortured by others to the point that he wished he was dead. Onyx Soul, and the rest are like that. Anyway, they are very powerful, like the Honorable Martial Alliance. Oh, right, did you guys have Onyx Soul and Honorable Martial Alliance back then? We had them. So they were really so powerful. This guy seems to be distracted. Tell me about the current situation. Thousand Hand Devil Lord suddenly said. Zhang Ming, he was stunned once again. Zhang Ming, his face was flushed red. He was extremely ashamed. In the past few years, he had indeed spent a lot of time and energy on social activities and worldly affairs, and had neglected his training. This terrifying ocean. Seventh brother's expression was solemn. Just like the competition between the few of you, it is not about who is more outstanding, whose family background is stronger, but whose sword is stronger, who will win in the end. You have an invincible sword, so you do not need any schemes. I know you guys look down on sixth brother Yi, but sixth brother Yi still has a chance. Qiu Shan is already dead. If sixth brother Yi is not enough to wake you guys up, then there is Tang Tian. Ming, your sword is already rusty. You need to sharpen it. Yes, yes, yes. Seventh brother's mouth was rambling, his eyes staring greedily at the book. All right. Tang Tian replied loudly. Zhang Ming, he was unconvinced. I admit that Tang Tian has potential, but if his strength is already at our level, I do not believe it. Furthermore, even if he is at our level, it is impossible for him to kill a gold-ranked martial artist. Chapter 386. Xiao Xian was excited. The Lupus Army was the most popular army recently. Many people thought that the Lupus army was stronger than the other armies in the northern sky. However, it was not without its hidden dangers. Tang Tian and his men were far weaker than the Leo constellation. If there were only a few enemies, it would be fine. But if there were a large group of enemies, they would not be able to defend against them. Everyone raised their spirits at the same time. Xiao Xiyun's words had also given birth to some fighting spirit in them. That's right. To be able to remain unscathed under Ji Xiaoya's attack, it is rare to see a martial artist of Tang Tian's level. Yuan Ji's eyes flashed. This must be the reason why Tu Zishan chose him. If there was such a member in the army, the strength of the army would increase tremendously. Most of the soldiers in the barracks were cultivating, and their shouts could be heard incessantly. Both of them looked at the soldiers of the Lupus army. Initially, both of them were relaxed. Then what should we do? Angelina asked. Angelina was bitter. She knew Andre's intention, but there was nothing she could do because she had no cards in her hands. But Angelina thought that if there were a large group of enemies, the entire Andromeda constellation would be razed to the ground. She found Tang Tian's manor, but found out from Crane that Tang Tian was in closed-door training. She had no choice but to leave. On the way back, she felt strange. The three of them were actually led by Tang Tian. Ta Dun nodded. He was not surprised. If there were no scouts, then he would have doubted the strength of the Lupus army. He told Xiao Xiyun, "Go and greet them. Don't cause any misunderstandings. Hurry up and make them into treasures so that we can equip the army." Ta Dun said, "We need to have the strength to protect ourselves." The soldiers' strength was average. With such strength, they might not even be able to enter the Plateau army. Xiao Xiyun understood and shouted towards the direction of the scouts. "The commander of the Plateau army, Ta Dun, is here to pay a visit to your regiment commander. Please inform him." Andre recalled what he saw and agreed. That's right. He seems to be able to sense danger ahead of time. His intuition is very strong. Ta Dun clenched his fist in excitement. 100 energy beasts. That means at least 100 sets of Andromeda's treasures. If we equip them with our army, even if they send another gold-ranked martial artist, we will not be afraid. That makes sense. Andre suddenly understood. Ta Dun and Xiao Xiyun looked at each other. Although the camp looked rough, it was very strict. However, Your Highness doesn't need to value this person too much. His last attack was a complete mess. There was no strategy at all. If not for the fact that Ji Xiaoya did not hold back, he would have been dead by now. Yuan Ji relaxed and laughed. Ji Xiaoya was too careless. In the end, she underestimated her opponent. If it were any other warrior, would Ji Xiaoya dare to go all out? Yuan Ji had a gratified look on his face. Although Andre was young, he was outstanding in every aspect. Ever since Wu Wu was #1 in martial arts, the Lupus army had become famous, and everyone was still somewhat unconvinced. To them, the Lupus army was just a bunch of rookies. How could they be called an army? Everyone in the Plateau army was a veteran with at least 5 years of experience and had always looked down on the new recruits. I don't think we were treated well in the past. Andre and Yuan Ji watched the video attentively. There were many people watching the battle between Tang Tian and Ji Xiaoya. Many of the martial artists had recorded the entire battle, and they had specially bought a set of the video. When he saw Angelina waiting for him at the city gate, his sharp gaze subconsciously softened. Ta Dun's body was tall and sturdy. His skin was tanned, and his face was full of hardships. He sat upright on the horse's back. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and it sent shivers down people's spines. Angelina threw herself into Ta Dun's arms. She could no longer hold back her tears, and they flowed freely. Ta Dun gently patted Angelina's back and softly said, It's all over now, Angelina. No matter what, I will not let you suffer anymore. Angelina cried even louder. Dunn remained silent as he listened to the soldiers' discussion. He looked at the fairy maiden city that was riddled with scars, and his face darkened. The number of attacks that the fairy maiden city had suffered in the past 2 months was more than any other time. Is that true? Angelina was taken aback. She was pleasantly surprised. The Honorable Martial Alliance's gold-ranked martial artist made her restless. Just a few gold-ranked martial artists were enough to destroy the entire Andromeda constellation. You might be able to win occasionally, but it is not the right way. Your Highness, please do not be tempted by Tang Tian's victory. Your Highness is rich and powerful. You need to win fair and square. A victory like Tang Tian's is meaningless. Yuan Ji's words sounded like he was admonishing Dunn. None of the soldiers dared to laugh. They had heard about the changes in the Fairy Maiden City in the past few days. The current Angelina was not only the daughter of their commander, but the master of the entire Andromeda constellation. When Dunn heard about the death of Astaland and Astaland, he was enraged and clenched his fists tightly. But when he heard that the culprit behind the explosion of the fairy palace was his daughter, he was dumbfounded and could not speak for a long time. Angelina suddenly thought of Tang Tian and the other two. The current Lupus constellation and Andromeda constellation were bound together for good or bad. Tang Tian and the rest would definitely not allow Andromeda constellation to fall into the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Not yet. Angelina immediately replied, Father. Yes. Dunn nodded his head and said excitedly, if it was a normal star treasure, it would not have such an effect. But the quality of the star treasures nurtured by the fabric is the same. It is suitable for the army to equip. The army is currently equipped with fabrics. Although they are considered high quality, they have not been nurtured by the star power. Compared to star treasures, they are still lacking. But with these fabrics, our plateau army is already the leader of the Northern Sky Army. If we are able to equip star treasures, our fighting strength will increase by a few levels, and we will have the ability to protect ourselves. Yuan Ji was obviously more experienced than Andre. The contempt on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious look. No, you have to pay attention to one detail. Although Tang Tian was at a disadvantage from the start and looked to be in a difficult situation, he was not injured at all. He has a strong sense of danger. This is rare. Let's go and pay a visit to the Lupus army, Dunn said. Dunn stood up and walked out of the manor. Angelina stopped crying after venting her emotions. Seeing so many people looking at her, she felt embarrassed. She quickly pulled her father back home. Ji Xiaoya indeed underestimated the enemy. Andre agreed with Yuan Ji's point of view. That's good. Xiao Siyun laughed and raised his voice. Everyone pay attention. Don't let your peers look down on you. Whoever messes up, I will teach him a lesson when we get back. But when he heard about the 100 energy beasts, his eyes lit up and he asked, Did you distribute the fabrics? To her, Crane was the best candidate. He was elegant, calm, and wise. After returning home and finishing their meal, Angelina brought her father to the study room and told him everything that had happened during this period of time in detail. Moreover, it was the Lupus constellation that was so poor that even birds did not shit. Andre laughed. After the battle with the Honorable Martial Alliance, we have done something for the Andromeda constellation. Angelina seems to have other thoughts and does not want to rely on us directly. Since that is the case, we should return. When he heard about the mysterious person who killed Qiu Shan, he felt a chill down his spine. He asked gently, Your Highness, what plans do you have for the Andromeda constellation? "Master, where are we going?" The one who asked was the vice commander Xiao Siyun. He was Ta Dun's right-hand man. Not only was he loyal, but he was also calm and outstanding. Xiao Siyun played an extremely crucial role in suppressing the rebellion so quickly. "No way, why do we seem to be so popular all of a sudden?" He led the way. Very quickly, they entered the forest. The soldiers of the plateau army revealed looks of disdain. In comparison, the things that happened in the past few days were not as shocking as what Angelina had experienced. Ta Dun was much more normal. "Wait a minute. Then I will go now." Angelina stood up and left in a hurry. Suddenly, Ta Dun was attracted by a shout from another direction. He subconsciously turned his head, and his pupils shrank. Angelina became excited. "They still have energy beasts. They said they will only sell 100 of them." Following the scouts, they quickly reached the Lupus Army's camp. Ta Dun was much more experienced than Angelina. He nodded. "Seems like they have the same thoughts as us. But we do not know if they want to sell them or prepare for their own army. If they want to sell them, we will buy them. If it is the latter, then we will have to negotiate." "I do not know what to say." Andre laughed bitterly. "I do not understand how Tang Tian won. Logically, he should not have any chance of winning." Andre's departure caught Angelina off guard. She quickly understood Andre's intention. Andre was retreating to advance. Andromeda Constellation's high-leveled forces were swept clean. Andromeda City was defenseless, without the protection of Leo Constellation. Once the Honorable Martial Alliance sent people over, Andromeda Constellation would not be able to defend. Suddenly, Xiao Siyun whispered to Ta Dun, "There's a scout." Andre bowed. Andre will remember Master Yuan's words. A Lupus Army scout came out from the bushes. "My commander invites you over. Please come with me." The Plateau Army's return caused the citizens to cheer. It was as though Andromeda City was celebrating a festival. This also caused the morale of the army, which was low due to the turmoil, to rise up. Return? Yuan Ji was taken aback. But after a while he regained his senses and smiled. "Your Highness's idea is brilliant." Not long after, he brought a group of guards and headed into the forest. The only thing that made her happy was that her father's army had finally reached Andromeda City. Chapter 387. Where is it not done well? "Tang," he asked coldly, as if they had been granted amnesty. The 10 of them hurriedly shouted in unison, "Yes." Three Spirits City became prosperous, and the majestic bronze base became the symbol of Three Spirits City. With the continuous increase in members, the originally spacious bronze base gradually became crowded. Thus, Bing and Sai lay discussed for a while and started a new round of expansion. What made Ta feel even more inconceivable was that the 10-star spirit horse's footsteps were in unison. He imagined in his mind, if he were to encounter such an assault, how would he deal with it? Such orderly, hurried, heavy hoofbeats. How terrifying was that? With that, Tang Yi immediately left. Xiao Siyun consoled him. Luckily, their individual soldiers are not strong, and Lupus Constellation's innates are too weak. Xiao Siyun's expression became solemn. This is definitely an elite army. Their soldiers are not strong, but their discipline and obedience is high, which I have never seen before. Their heavy spear assault is extremely powerful, and ordinary armies like us are unable to defend against it. Their individual soldiers are too weak. If we were to fight against them, we should choose to fight in a more complicated environment, for example, urban warfare. That way we can display our advantage. And their equipment is also very poor, which will make their survivability on the battlefield very weak. Basically, this is an extremely extreme-style army. Their attack power is outstanding, but their survivability is weak. Xiao Siyun and the rest's faces darkened. Tang Yi's actions were too rude. They were, after all, guests. and he did not even invite them to a seat or even a cup of tea. A crisis was quietly approaching. Inside the barracks, Tang Yi heard the scout report. They have already left. The entire army assault was like a ferociously thrown heavy spear, heavy and powerful, extremely terrifying. The 10 of them who had completed their assault slowed down, but at this time, the 10 of them were still in sync. Their footsteps were not messed up, as though there was an invisible thread connecting the 10 of them. The target was immediately smashed into pieces, breaking into pieces. He suddenly asked, "General Tang, I wonder what is the purpose of this assault?" The 10 of them who had just completed their assault kept quiet in front of him. What if they are equipped with textile-raised star treasures? Ta Dun asked. To the current three-spirit city, the components required for a small-scale energy hall were just child's play. The current three-spirit city had already become a new mechanical city, with countless of mechanical engineers coming over. Sai Lei had long been jealous of Old Man Fei's huge group. Without saying a word, he started to recruit people and buy horses, forming an equally huge mechanical engineer group. If the enemy was at the front, they would only see the martial artist at the front. Train 50 more times. Tang, he said coldly. There were many constellations in Heaven's Road, and they all had their own way of doing things. Thus the military ranks were rather chaotic. But regardless of which constellation's military ranks, a warrant officer was a rather low military rank and definitely could not lead an army. However, Ta Dun could see that the Lupus soldiers respected Tang Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Ta Dun shook his head. Not only you, all of us have committed the same crime. Tell me the result of your observation. The martial artist in the lead mustered up his courage. The final joint attack of the Saber Radiance was not done well. Ta Dun regained his composure and looked at Xiao Si-yun. How is it? The wealth of three spirits city shocked countless people. Ta Dun said, they were the ones who sold the energy beasts. I am here today to ask, why did you invade Andromeda Constellation's territory? Ta Dun was not intimidated by the shock and said in a deep voice, This is Andromeda Constellation, and you did not inform us before brazenly trespassing, and did not seek our permission to build a military camp here. This is something we will not allow. Please do not call me General. My military rank is Warrant Officer. Tang Yi corrected Ta Dun's mistake, and continued, they are currently training in a subject called Heavy Spear Assault. Ta Dun's face changed. Ta Dun quivered, only to see the 10 Saber Radiants suddenly combining into one, dragging a long trail of light with a heavy whistling sound. It was like a powerful light spear, accurately hitting the target. Xiao Si-yun suddenly thought of the rumors about the energy beasts, and immediately reacted, and exclaimed, Don't tell me they have energy beasts too? The heavy spear assault was a type of assault tactic that Bing had specially created for the Lupus army. The Lupus army soldiers had awakened the ancient wolf blood meridians, and the specialty of the ancient wolf blood meridians was that they could communicate with each other, but they could only communicate with 2 of their comrades, so the heavy spear assault tactic was perfect for them. Tang Yi heard about the Sky Wolf Martial Academy's energy hall. Without hesitation, he found Bing and requested to build a small-scale energy hall. The biggest problem for the Lupus army was that the individual strength of the Lupus martial artists were too weak. In Tang Yi's eyes, the energy hall was like a welcome rain after a long drought. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar pierced through the sky. Ever since the Yong'an city's mechanical army was formed, the reputation of the mechanical spirit weapons immediately rose. Everyone in the mechanical circle knew that if one wanted to buy an ordinary mechanical spirit weapon, the Mo family was the best choice. If one wanted to order a high-end mechanical spirit weapon, he could only come to Three Spirits City. Ta Dun had been observing Tang Yi in the dark, and it was his first time seeing an army led by a spirit military leader. It was rare to see a spirit military leader leading an army. In the eyes of most people, spirit military leaders were just servants. Most of the martial artists were proud and arrogant, who would be willing to listen to the orders of a servant, not to mention putting their own lives in their hands. Bing had no choice but to agree to Tang Yi's request. However, he irresponsibly reminded Tang Yi that he would have to ask Tang Tian for the money himself. Kill. You are very observant. Ta Dun nodded, and suddenly changed the topic. What if they are equipped with our textiles? Ta Dun was silent for a while, and then said, Our neighbors are much stronger than we thought. Their disguise is too successful. I do not know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for us. Ta Dun nodded. The name, Heavy Spear Assault, was very vivid. However, his attention was more on the warrant officer that Tang Yi mentioned. Bing had long planned to buy the entire Three Spirits city. If not for the fear of a backlash, he would have swallowed the entire city. The biggest Lin family was gone, and there were no other decent families left in Three Spirits city. Against the strong bronze base, they had no choice but to give in. Ta Dun and Xiao Xiyan looked at each other. The quick-witted Xiao Xiyan had also thought of this point. Both of them could see the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Xiao Xiyan said bitterly, If we fight one-on-one, we will win. If there are more than 10 people, they will win. He was good at analyzing and calculating. After witnessing the opponent's training, he already had a conclusion in his heart. He turned around and walked deeper into the barracks. After passing through many training grounds, he reached a location near the exit of the Seasons Fields waterway. A huge structure was being constructed. The thick bronze skeleton was exposed to the air. Although the Lupus army was just a cannon fodder army in Bing's eyes, Tang Yi's hard work and perseverance had moved him. Bing was very good in this aspect. Very quickly, he created a unique battle strategy that was very suitable for the Lupus constellation. Ta Dun could not help but gasp. The Star Spirit Horse's speed had reached its maximum with such a high speed charge. How could Ta Dun not know how difficult it was to maintain such a tight formation? It was a group of 10 cavalrymen. From a distance of 600 meters, they started charging towards the target in front of them. When they were about 200 meters away from the target, they had already reached their maximum speed. However, even during such a charge, their formation was still as straight as if it had been measured by a ruler. Xiao Xiyan was stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses and laughed bitterly. Then this army is very scary. Bang! I underestimated them previously. I made a mistake. Xiao Xiyan's tone was full of shame. He was reflecting on himself. They are our allies. The stronger they are, the more advantageous it is for us. Ta Dun's words made Xiao Xiyan and the rest feel better. That's right. Andromeda constellation was currently in trouble. The stronger their allies were, the safer they would be. Ta Dun's face was full of anger. He disappeared the moment he left the barracks. If the final blade aura attack was executed well, the blade aura would be as thin as a cicada's wing. That way, the target would be easily sliced in half and not split into pieces. The splitting of the target looked even more terrifying. But in fact, it meant that the power was not concentrated enough. If the blade aura was not concentrated enough, it would lack penetrative power. But this also meant that the enemy's military system was much more powerful than what they had imagined. Tang Yi, who had completed his training, walked in front of everyone. Everyone, why are you looking for me? What attracted Ta Dun's attention was a group of cavalry training in a spacious area not far away. Tang Yi waved his hand. Strengthen the defenses. Tang Yi's face turned black. Master, we need at least 3 more days. The mechanical engineer was a native of Lupus constellation. His standard was not high, but he was able to assemble the parts according to the blueprints. Skywolf Martial Academy's Energy Hall was built by him. In many people's eyes, it was so plump and delicious that it made people drool. The troops were as straight as a spear. Tang Yi did not care about them. He said expressionlessly, "Next group." Tang Yi looked at him. "What you said is not within the scope of my duties. I only listen to Master Tang Tian's orders. If you have any doubts, please discuss it with him. I have military duties to attend to. Excuse me." Then their survivability will be greatly increased. Xiao Siyun replied without hesitation. The newly expanded bronze base took up 3/4 of Three Spirits City. The entrance of the martial spirit chamber and the military warehouse were all included in the bronze base. Tang Yi agreed without hesitation, but the flourishing Three Spirits City did not only attract mechanical engineers and mechanical martial artists. Ta Dun was silent. He was not surprised by the result. Tang Yi found the mechanical engineer in charge. How much longer until the completion? Yes, Ta Dun was extremely moved. Ta Dun had witnessed the entire training process. His subordinates were also attracted by the commotion. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. The disdain and contempt in their eyes had completely disappeared. Chapter 388. The middle-aged man did not hesitate and said, "Let's do it tonight. End it quickly." Following the prosperity of Three Spirits City, the first to benefit were the hotels and inns. The large number of foreigners caused the inns to sprout like bamboo shoots after the rain, all of them popping up. Now, there were more than 60 inns in Three Spirits City, and this number was still increasing at an alarming rate. He walked to the door, wanting to push it open to look outside, but realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not push the door open. Tang Tian's suspicions grew. Where is this? Who are these people? A hurried knocking sound came out, followed by the door being pushed open. A young man with a square head and big ears barged in. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Why haven't you moved? Quickly bring the solution. Let's go." The room was decorated lavishly. All the furniture looked expensive, and the style was unfamiliar. Tian Hua Inn was a relatively old inn. The service and environment were very good. The spirit general turned into a ray of light and disappeared. A straight passageway, paved with large rocks like a big square, extended far into the distance. Every 10 meters, there was a spirit general guarding, looking at the densely packed spirit generals. One could not see the end. Tang Tian's heart was burning and immediately rushed over. Upon entering the cave, Tang Tian felt his vision blur and his appearance changed. After consecutively passing through a few spirit generals, Tang Tian was sure these spirit generals were the spirit generals of hand-splitting solution. This time, Tang Tian was immediately energized. The solution to the problem made him dizzy, but such a challenge made him eager and full of anticipation. Beside him was a bald man of about 30 years of age, emitting a ferocious aura. He grinned. "This should be enough for us. It's so prosperous." The man who spoke was about 40 years of age, standing with his hands behind his back. He had a tall stature, a cold face, deep-set eyes, slender eyes, but when they opened and closed, they flickered with light, his entire body emitting a dangerous aura. Every time he defeated a spirit general, he would stop, take out the solution, and compare it with his own solution. It had to be said that the answers to these questions had been thoroughly tempered and refined. They were far more exquisite than Tang Tian's cracking methods. Tang Tian rejoiced in his heart. Someone finally praised me for being smart. Just based on these words, this dream was worth it. In the dim tunnel, among the densely packed spirit generals, a lonely figure slowly advanced. You must cultivate well in the Thousand Souls cave this time. You're so smart, you'll definitely master the 1,000 cleave demonic hand. The youth in front of him said confidently, 1,000 cleave demonic hand. This name sounds a little familiar. Tang Tian was secretly startled. The auras of these two martial artists were very strong, filled with a biting, cold aura. Tang Tian regained consciousness. He could still remember the indigo mirror sea burning with endless blue flames, swallowing him whole. How strange! How could the sea be burning? Where did that blue flame come from? When it came to learning new martial arts, Tang Tian had always been extremely focused. Suddenly, a scolding sound came from above. Tang Tian noticed that there was a thick book on the table. He walked over and flipped it open. It was a book called The Solution to Tearing Puzzles. The techniques of the spirit generals were getting more and more exquisite. Many of the techniques made Tang Tian feel that it was inconceivable and an eye-opener. He had to rack his brains and focus 120% to compete with the spirit generals. Disassembling was a method that Tang Tian was unfamiliar with. He had never thought that a move could be dismantled like unlocking a lock. It was an eye-opener, but it was also a fresh experience. It was fine if the godlike young man did not come. If he did, he would beat all of them down. Furthermore, in this dream, he would not feel hungry or tired. Was there a better place than this? He followed into the cave. You're not young anymore. If you continue to waste your time, you'll be a cripple in the future. The old man's anger had not subsided, but his tone had softened. You're talented and intelligent, but your personality is too lazy and you're not willing to work hard. That's right. No matter if it's the academy or the family, you don't have to bear any responsibilities. But have you ever thought that if something were to happen with your current strength, other than regret, what else can you do? The two of them sprinted. The young man's light body technique was not bad. The two of them quickly arrived at a cave at the back of the mountain. There were two martial artists guarding the cave entrance. Tang Tian, who was in battle, did not have the time to admire the exquisite techniques. His entire mind was focused on finding the flaws in the opponent's techniques. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. He knew how strong he was. According to his strength, just now, the door should have flown out, but it did not budge at all. Tang Tian suddenly felt warm. He thought back to when he was in Andrew Academy. He and Housefly Cow would often cheer each other up like this. The young man turned and ran out the door. Tang Tian was stunned to realize that his body could not help but copy the solution and run after the young man. On the 11th floor of Tian Hua Hotel, the two of them stood by the window and gazed at the majestic bronze base. Bang! Tang Tian gasped. The spirit general's attack just now was the first question in the hand-splitting solution. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. Without saying a word, he closed in on the second spirit general. Bang, bang, bang. After running around for half a day, he was bored. He sat down and started to flip through the hand-splitting solution. Wait a minute, isn't this the unique spirit card? He glanced at the page. Indeed, it was written Question 91. When he flipped to the end, he could not help but gasp. 1,024 questions. The two martial artists recognized them. They waved their hands and signaled for them to enter. 10,000 spirits. Don't tell me there are 1,000 spirit generals. His speed of advancement was not fast. Although the solution told him the answer, he did not follow the answers in the book. Instead, he tried to defeat these spirit generals by himself. Suddenly, he remembered what the old man said. His heart skipped a beat. The old man said that he could not even solve 100 questions. Could it be that he was referring to this? He often had a stroke of genius that he himself did not realize. The excited Tang Tian did not hesitate to move forward. I've investigated thoroughly, the bald man said. There are no powerful experts, just a few old fellows who are at the bottom of the Heaven's Road list. Then there are a bunch of child soldiers. Furthermore, they are mechanical martial artists. What can they do? This time, we finally caught a fat sheep. Needless to say, people were forced to be like this. He finally understood that this dream was for him to learn the 1,000-cleave demonic hand. After searching around, he realized that other than the hand-splitting solution, he could not move anything else. No matter how stupid Tang Tian was, he knew that something was wrong. Could it be an illusion? He used this kind of stupid method to push forward bit by bit. Hey, what's going on? Tang Tian was stunned by the scolding. After a while, he regained his senses. Although he was still confused, he still looked around. If the first time wasn't enough, try twice. If the second time wasn't enough, try 10 times. If the 10th time wasn't enough, try 100 times. Walking to the cave entrance, the young man did not forget to encourage Tang Tian. Ayu, do your best. This time, you have to get to the 200th stage. I want to do my best too. Tang Tian instinctively leaned to the side. With a hand chop, he struck the spirit general's left rib. This was the first time he had encountered such an interesting dream. With that, the young man waved his hand and entered the cave. But very quickly, Tang Tian realized that he was dizzy and his head was swollen. Tang Tian realized that he could not speak. Such a strange situation. If it was any other person, they would have been scared half to death. But Tang Tian was not nervous at all. Tang Tian was not smart. If he were to learn such complicated and exquisite techniques, Tang Tian would have to spend a lot of time. But Tang Tian chose the most suitable method for him, which was to fight. Tang Tian wanted to speak, but realized that he could not make any sound. Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. In his vision was an old man with white hair and beard. His face was full of anger. After a few tens of spirit generals, he quickly realized that this method of dismantling was actually rather interesting, especially this kind of one-on-one direct confrontation. It suited his taste. Could it be Tang Tian was originally walking on the path of close combat? Books that explained how to dismantle techniques were extremely helpful to him. He had encountered many similar techniques more than once or twice, but he realized that compared to the techniques that others could dismantle, he was still lacking. Where is this? The middle-aged man asked. Have you found out everything? Above the cave entrance were the 4 words, 10,000 spirits, written with vigorous strokes. 1,000 sparring partners came to his door. His movements were very fast. In one move, the second spirit general turned into a ball of light. Of course, most of them failed. It was normal to be stuck in front of a spirit general for half a day. Every time this happened, his second specialty would be displayed to the fullest, which was to pester. The gaze he used to look at the spirit generals immediately became blazing hot. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. He was shocked. The scale of this was completely beyond his imagination. After a while, he regained his senses and walked towards the first spirit general. When he was 3 meters away from the spirit general's eyes lit up. As though he was awakened from a deep slumber, he threw a punch towards Tang Tian. If these techniques were to appear in a battle, it could possibly turn the tides of the battle. Looking at it, he was immediately attracted by the book. Solution to Dismantling Techniques talked about how to dismantle other people's techniques. Every technique was extremely exquisite. Since he could not get out, then he should properly study this book. Tang Tian calmly allowed himself to follow behind the young lad. He was filled with interest. But what Ayu, who was he? The old man left with a face full of disappointment. Strange. Unfortunately, he was still unable to speak. If he wanted to break through, how powerful would he be? Reading was fine, but solving the problem made him feel like he was at a loss. What was worse was that he was completely unable to immerse himself in it. This plaything was actually more suitable for Crane. Tang Tian muttered in his heart. It was very simple. He must be dreaming. You trash. You haven't even solved 100 problems. When will you be able to master the 1,000-cleaved demonic hand? Out of so many disciples, you're the slowest. Don't you feel ashamed? Chapter 389. Pai Pa immediately became embarrassed. I was just imagining things. I don't know if I was right or wrong. Why is there a flame in my body? It's so eager to fight. Sai Lei also frowned. Hey, where did that brat go to? I haven't even seen him for so many days. How can there be such a boss? This base is also his business, and he doesn't care about his own business at all. Humph, seems like the money I asked for is too little. This brat does not even feel the pain. Next time I will definitely take more money from this brat's pocket. Tang Cho calmly observed. The opponent was a large bandit group, and they were definitely not useless people. There were at least 100 of them. The members were all strong, and most of them were at the 6th level. Some of them were even stronger, and the mechanisms on the walls were unable to move them at all. Under the lead of these experts, they were like a hot knife through butter, and along the way, the mechanisms were all destroyed. Bing was slightly embarrassed as he changed the topic. Introduce your proudest work. It already looks great. Sai Lei's face was full of pride. Her heart was blooming with joy, but she pretended to be humble. Ayaya, Sister Pai Pa, comparing me to Lion King Leong, you really think too highly of me. After saying that, the confidence on Pai Pa's face immediately disappeared without a trace, and she became timid again, standing uneasily. All right, you can try it out. Sai Lei's expression was serious as she joked. Designed for military generals. Bing suddenly became excited, and in a flash he appeared in front of Sai Lei. How did you do it? Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded without any warning. The indigo mirror ocean, with Tang Tian's strength, he should be able to pass through. Seeing Bing, she immediately bowed. Master Bing! It had been 2 months. Why was there still no movement? Blind Cord, old man, had made his move. If only Master was here. Pai Pa said weakly. In her heart, Tang Tian was still very powerful. Pai Pa thought for a while. In the chaotic era, other than Leong, the other key is Sister Sai Lei's mechanical spirit weapon. This kind of strength was definitely not just at the bottom of the heavenly road list. Pieces of crystal clear blue feathers formed a pair of wings, like 6 straight sharp swords, standing upright on its back. Many of the black shadows that had pounced on the outer wall froze, and some of the weaker martial artists were even more bewildered. No, it's the chaotic era. Pai Pa shook her head and replied firmly. However, once the indigo mirror sea was opened, it could not be opened from the outside. Furthermore, the barracks also showed that Tang Tian was unharmed, which made Bing feel more at ease. With that, he turned around and entered the new mechanical spirit weapon, and left with a whistling sound. Because the soul is the most important thing, Pai Pa said. Mechanical spirit weapons and mechanical weapons are only one word apart, but they are not products of the same era. Mechanical spirit weapons were like treasures. They could become stronger and stronger. It would replace heirlooms because it could be mass-produced. There is very little information on Lei Ang's army, but I guess that his army definitely has a unique fighting method, which is related to the martial spirit. Sai Lei was shocked by Bing's excitement, but she quickly became proud. This problem was solved by Pai Pa. She then shouted loudly, Pai Pa, Pai Pa. Yes, because right now, regardless of whether it is the army or the strong martial artists, no one has the absolute advantage, and both parties are restraining each other, so it's the chaotic era. After being interrupted, Sai Lei, who was initially interested, lost her patience. Move the things yourself, explore them yourself. I am too lazy to explain. This is your newest mechanical spirit weapon. The last time the Sky Tiger was destroyed too badly. especially its martial spirit. It only had a trace of remnant undulation, so I could only fuse it with the new martial spirit. Bing regained his senses and said to Pai Pa, with an apologetic face, I was too engrossed in thinking just now, but I feel that what you said is very logical. How did you think of it? The sounds of fighting came out, and he saw a large number of figures pouncing on the outer wall of the base. He almost did not dare believe his ears. First team, our target is the training camp, full speed ahead. Mozu shouted, his face full of excitement. He led the way towards the military warehouse. They had not completed their training, and the mechanical spirit weapons that they used for training were all placed in the military warehouse. Suddenly, a hoarse eru sound came out in the night sky. The dark sky suddenly became a quagmire of sorrow, involuntarily pulling everyone's emotions. What do you mean? Pai Pa's face was blank, although she still looked sickly and weak, but her complexion was much better. Old Man Fei had never stopped his research on her strange illness, especially now that he had sufficient funds. He had made some progress. Bing revealed a pondering expression, but he had to admit that what Pai Pa said was somewhat logical. Pai Pa's words were neither fast nor slow. She was not overbearing, nor did she compromise, but she was extremely calm and confident. That's right. Sai Lei puffed out his chest, his face proud. This is definitely the strongest mechanical spirit weapon in the world. If you meet Yi Zhao Gu again, you must definitely test it out and see if he can break it again. For this mechanical spirit weapon, I have done a lot of experiments, and it was all given to Tang Chao's subordinates. Sai Lei said impatiently, it's about the army, military leaders, martial artists, and all those things. It makes my head dizzy. Why don't you tell me? I saw it in a book. Pai Pa replied timidly. What you mean is the era of the army starting again? Bing could not help but ask. He did not dare to look down on this skinny little girl. Coming. Pai Pa's voice came out from the room next door, only to see the timid Pai Pa rushing over hurriedly. It was obviously not the first time Sai Lei had summoned her to do odd jobs. Sai Lei was slightly apologetic. She understood the relationship between Bing and Sky Tiger. Tang Cho was already standing in the field. His ugly face was calm. She was still brooding over Sky Tiger being broken. Countless figures followed closely behind the two of them. Some were topless, some were only wearing shorts, but at that moment, no one cared. Everyone understood that at a time like this, even a little bit of time was crucial. Bing did not speak nonsense. I'll go take a look. You guys close the door. Bing could not help but praise. You're truly a genius. The middle-aged man suddenly turned and bellowed. Bing did not speak. He was digesting Pai Pa's words. Thank you. Bing shook his head. You've already done your best. My first battle is about to begin. The moment the alarm went off, the huge bronze base had a short period of silence, but following that, the base suddenly flared up. Oh. Pai Pa understood and timidly replied, I might have said it wrong. The mechanical weapons used by military generals were the focus of the army's research for a very long time, but even after the defeat of the army, they still could not do it. I read in the books, after the era of the three great armies, for a very long time, the armies and military generals gradually declined. As she spoke, Pai Pa calmed down, her delicate face radiating with confidence. I feel that this has a lot to do with the development of martial techniques. After the three great armies, all sorts of martial techniques and strong martial artists appeared. The development of martial techniques changed with each passing day, breaking through the previous peak, developing even more powerful spirit martial techniques. The individual strength reached an unprecedented height. Yes, Pai Pa nodded. Lion King Leong started to build his own army. Ever since the formation of the Lion King army, they never lost. From then on, everyone once again saw the power of the army, and military generals once again entered people's vision. The army has once again become popular. Bing frowned and muttered to himself, this time his closed-door training time is a little too long. It's okay, just say it. Bing tried his best to make his expression look more harmless and friendly, but he completely forgot about his poker face. It was just a waste of effort. Hey, poker face, she's done talking. Why don't you say something? Sai Lei was not afraid of Bing and said impatiently, Chaotic era? Bing was surprised. Women are indeed vengeful. Bing's eyes suddenly lit up, killing intent flashing past. In the black shadow, the middle-aged man's face changed. His strength was profound. Once he heard the sound, he knew that blind cord old man's strength was much stronger than what they had imagined. Bing resisted the urge to kick the hindrance out of the door and stared at Pai Pa. Why do you say that? And from the discovery of the era of martial artists until now, there has also been a gradual change. The continuous development of the research of the martial spirit allowed the continuous development of the spirit cards, and the cultivation of martial techniques became easier. Almost everyone knows how to cultivate martial techniques. Martial techniques became more and more popular. The new martial technique system was almost developed to the extreme, and it has been close to 200 years without a true new theory appearing. The strength of the strong martial artists is also getting closer and closer. The advantage of numbers once again entered people's vision. The first person to realize this and put it into practice was Leong. Sai Lei actually did it. Your words have given me a lot of inspiration. Bing muttered, as for whether it is right or wrong, we will know once we try it. Lion King Leong. Bing was surprised. Sai Lei was pleased. It does not only look good, you will know it is even better after you use it. I have studied your fighting style, and in truth, your individual strength is not as outstanding as your military general strength. So, I have changed the direction. This is the first mechanical spirit weapon design for military generals. Bing gazed at the new mechanical spirit weapon in front of him. The azure blue mechanical spirit weapon looked similar to Sky Tiger, but the lines were sharper. The details were more exquisite. Every joint looked as though it was meticulously forged by an artist. It was extremely gorgeous. Its face was like a tiger, revealing a dignified and austere aura. Under such circumstances, the advantage of numbers is no longer able to withstand the strength of the top martial artists. So, Heaven's Road was dominated by the strong martial artists. From then on, Onyx Soul began to show its prowess, and after that, the Honorable Martial Alliance became even better. If it was the army era before the three great armies, then after that, it will be the era of martial artists. Ming, Team B, follow me. Mo Wu Wei's voice was as cold as ever. All the lights in the rooms were switched on at the same time, and it was as bright as day. Sai Lei waved her hands. Come, tell Master Bing about your thoughts that day. Chapter 390. Blind Cord Old Man was the most famous martial artist in the base. He was also the strongest martial artist. Ming was heavily injured, and Blind Cord Old Man's era music had disappeared. He must have been heavily injured as well. In the current bronze base, there was no one who could stop them. The warm voice fell into everyone's ears like a spring breeze. The rich young master laughed out loud. There are times when you can make a mistake. Such a broken base, and there are no experts guarding it. How can it defend against the flowing wind group? What you said is too laughable. A gust of wind blew, and the peach blossoms fell from the tree. Tang Chao's heart gradually calmed down. However, the flame in his heart seemed to have sunk deep into his flesh. The light in his eyes was frighteningly bright. Young Master Magic Flute raised his head, surprised, bone-piercing whistle. And he would appear in Three Spirits City in the name of pursuing the flowing wind group. As he was worried that he did not have enough strength, he specially went to beg his brother. Blind Cord Old Man's face congealed. The whistle was sharp, and did not have the slightest sense of music. But its destructive power was astonishing. It was filled with unreasonable ferocity. If not for the fact that he had learned from Magic Flute and had a better understanding of music than before, he would not have been able to defend against the whistle. The middle-aged man cried out in shock. His eyes were about to pop out as he rushed towards Ming. Team A, get ready. The entire place was silent. Everyone was stunned by Magic Flute's unpredictable falling time. Even though he was an advisor-type general, his thirst for battle was not inferior to anyone else's. His face darkened. He squeezed out 4 words from his teeth. Leave no one alive. Magic Flute did not seem to notice. His gentle face was lowered with a tinge of nostalgia. Amidst the beautiful flute music, a wisp of mist floated out of nowhere and landed on the red lotus. The mist was mystical. It had the shape of a graceful lady. The lady twisted her waist, sang and danced. It was refreshing and lively. Just at this moment, a wisp of flute music like the wind drilled into the middle-aged man's ears. If Tang Tian was here, he would definitely recognize that this young man was the rich young master that he had robbed many years ago. His face did not look too good. The flowing wind group that he thought was in the bag was actually obstructed at every turn. The flowing wind group was one of the most notorious bandit groups. Their strength was tyrannical, and they moved unhindered in heaven's road. Other than the 12 ecliptic palaces, even Serpen's constellation, one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, was once threatened by them. However, he was still a little proud of his plan. Humph, that's good. The more the flowing wind group loses, the easier it will be for us to get what we want. You can't snatch it from me. Who knew that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? It was only when the pink petals drifted over that everyone came to their senses and prepared to dodge in shock. However, before those peach blossom petals could reach them, they were annihilated in the air. Magic Flute had one precious time for them. Tang Cho was very clear that if his students were to be ambushed, they would collapse very quickly. But now they were given time to catch their breath, to adapt to this sudden battle. Mozu and Mo Wu Wei's body trembled at the same time, and just like usual, they roared in unison. The long-robed youth wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, I suddenly have a premonition. In the night, the young master was not tainted by a speck of dust, and floated away into the night sky. Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his eyes wide open. He gathered all the true power in his body, and the bone whistle in his mouth emitted 3 short notes. Don't worry. Wait till we catch Magic Flute. You can slowly experience the 1 tune 7 deaths. A gloomy young man snorted. When the information regarding 3 Spirit City reached the leader of the Flowing Wind group, he was immediately attracted. He was determined to capture this mechanical grandmaster who could create mechanical spirit weapons. The middle-aged man's body turned sluggish, and he suddenly raised his head. Bang, bang, bang. Magic Flute was a little regretful. The true power in his body was almost depleted. When he raised his head, he still had a warm smile on his face. I've passed this stage. Everyone, please go ahead. When everyone saw the scene, they couldn't help but jump in fright. The younger brother was secretly happy. He was most afraid that his brother would know the value of this base. If that was the case, he would not be able to get his hands on it. Ever since he was robbed, he had been staring at 3 Spirits City. And the more he understood the value of this bronze base. If he could grasp it in his hands, his strength would rapidly expand. I have a premonition that this operation of the Flowing Wind group will most likely fail. The long-robed young man laughed. He could not help but scold. The Flowing Wind group is a bunch of trash. The peach blossom was dazzling. Don't worry. Let's just wait and see. The long-robed young man did not argue and smiled. The rich young master did not like his elder brother's actions. But he was still his biological elder brother. Not only was he stronger than him, he was also more loved by his father. The stage was set, and the curtains were drawn. What was waiting for was the hero's appearance. If younger brother can manage this base well, it will be very beneficial for you. The long-robed young man said. On the tallest building in the base, a young master in a white robe stood with his flute in his hands. The glistening yellow flute was like a ray of light in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Team B, get ready. His entire body's true power surged to the extreme. The wheelchair beneath him turned into dust, but his body was like a cast of steel, not moving an inch. Hugong slowly plucked the strings of the arrow. A hoarse and sorrowful sound flowed out from his arrow like flowing water. The sound of the flute was indistinct and magnificent, just like in the past. Zheng, 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 blind cord, old man's body trembled. The arrow in his hands broke. His face was ashen and his body slumped. The mute servant behind him quickly supported him. The left side of Zhanpeng's body was intact, but the right side of his body was withered and lifeless. The long-robed man chuckled. Why? Can't wait any longer? But speaking of which, you had the patience to wait until today to make your move. You even planned such an operation. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Ghost Whistle. It's Ghost Whistle. They are the Flowing Wind group. Tang Cho stood in the middle of the group. His mechanical spirit weapon was very inconspicuous. It looked no different from the others. No one would have thought that such an inconspicuous mechanical spirit weapon would actually be the enemy's general. Flowing Wind group. The middle-aged man's mind floated a name. His face was full of surprise. But very quickly, he sneered. A mere spirit general wants to block my Flowing Wind group? He was like a dancer at the end of the curtain. He bowed and thanked Tang Cho. Wu Feng's right arm had completely disappeared. The terrifying wound was bleeding profusely. Half of his body was soaked in blood. His face was as white as paper. He looked at Magic Flute with hatred. He did not say a word. Almost at the same time, Blind Cord Old Man's wrist shook. A lingering trill was so low that it was almost inaudible. In another corner of Three Spirits City, a few pairs of eyes were watching the battle. Many of the mechanisms were triggered. The light from the explosion pierced through the night. Before he finished his sentence, two black shadows burst out. Like arrows leaving the bow, they pounced towards Magic Flute. The bronze aura was like a brave and silent soldier. There was no sound, but there was a biting cold edge to it. Young Master Magic Flute. The sharp whistle pierced everyone's eardrums. The invisible sound waves spread out at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Screams filled with fear came one after another. Tang Cho ordered without hesitation. Attack! First kill, 1,000 floating skies. Second kill, 10,000 blades. Third kill, slow flute sound. Everyone, please listen to the fourth kill, falling time. But it was a pity that he had not fully recovered. He had only recovered to the fourth kill. Magic Flute smiled. He caressed the bronze flute. A strand of chi entered the flute hole from his lips. A green light floated out of nowhere. The green light was like a seed that sprouted and grew into a small sapling. The sapling grew bigger and bigger. It was a peach tree. In the blink of an eye, the peach tree was filled with pink peach blossoms. Bang! The bone whistle in Ming's mouth exploded. His face was covered in blood. He fell to the ground. Two completely different voices clashed in the air. So he thought of a plan. He secretly revealed the prosperity of Three Spirits City and the mechanical spirit weapons to the Flowing Wind group. He knew that the leader of the Flowing Wind group was ambitious. He had long been drooling over the mechanical army in Yong'an City. But because of Yong'an's city master status as an Onyx Soul Elder, he did not dare to act recklessly. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He blurted out, 127 deaths. The rich young master looked at his elder brother. He said in a cautious tone, I will manage it well. I never thought that I would be able to witness young master magic flute skills. It was a worthwhile trip. A man dressed in a long robe said, the legendary 127 deaths is a godly skill. Now that I have seen it, I have no more regrets. He nodded his head. He did not speak. He picked up the bone whistle on his neck. He puffed up his cheeks and blew. Every mechanical spirit weapon adjusted their posture. They were like wild beasts waiting to pounce. The middle-aged man flashed. He appeared beside Ah Ming. He touched his body. He felt at ease. Ah Ming was still alive. They were heartless. Their methods were cruel. Massacres were a common occurrence. The Flowing Wind group had 6 ferocious bandits. Ghost Whistle was one of them. He was ranked number 6. Every mechanical spirit weapon stood in an orderly manner. What premonition? The rich young master asked. Ming was only 18 years old. He was skinny and tanned. His hands and feet were nimble. There was a scar on his face. It made him look more ferocious. Ka ka ka. The sounds of the bronze joints rang out. They formed a strong current, but the current suddenly disappeared. Silence returned. Ah Ming. Magic Flute was surprised. He nodded his head. He was full of praise. Time passes quickly. It is formless. To be able to break free from the 4th death. Even when I was young, it was rare. I am impressed. One was like a big bird. It was the 5th brother Jean Pum. The other was like a fog. It was the 4th brother Wu Feng. In their field of vision, black figures were jumping down from the wall. They were rushing towards them like a tide. Their ferocious expressions could be seen clearly, but his identity made it difficult for him to act recklessly. It was not a big deal for him to bully others, but if it caused a fight, he would be in trouble. Ha ha! His elder brother laughed. Don't worry. It is not easy for you to do something serious. I will not drag you down. Chapter 391. Bang bang. If this brat was still alive, how strong would he be? They could not believe their own eyes. The light spears were like rain. The long-robed young man was swift and decisive, and left on the spot. The rich young master was shocked. Big brother! Gong Jiu was after all an ambitious person. In a moment of shock, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Mozu's roar marked the start of the mechanical army's first battle. 30 golden blade auras filled their field of vision. It was a terrifying sight. The martial artists of the Flowing Wind group pounced on the group of mechanical spirit weapons from all directions. All of their faces were filled with ruthlessness and craziness. Army? Mechanical army? The rich young master was stunned, then laughed, pointed to the bronze base, and said frivolously, Big brother, are you talking about those child soldiers? He had never interfered with Tang Chow's forging of the army, but he did not expect Tang Cho to give him such a big surprise. But the obstacle was finally cleared, seeing the pretentious child soldiers in front of him. Gong Jiu suppressed his killing intent for a long time, suddenly exploded. Kill! That ugly, simple tactic. How could it be possible to have such astonishing power? That was the most classic tactic of an army. 30 bronze mechanical spirit weapons landed on the ground at the same time. Raising a cloud of dust, the ground trembled. The other martial artists of the Flowing Wind group hesitated for a while, then retreated like the tide. Kill! But regardless of MOZU or Mo Wu Wei, they did not know what a real army was, although they were suspicious, but they still chose to obey. Tang Chao's performance made him feel very surprised. Rank 6 martial technique, Ardent Spear. When Tang Chou introduced this tactic, many students questioned it because no one had ever used it before. Everyone thought that the card slot of the mechanical spirit weapon should be used as a support. When the mechanical spirit weapon was inserted into the spirit card, although they could use this martial technique, but regardless of power or proficiency, it could not be compared to the martial techniques that they had trained since young. A martial artist tried his best to dodge, but his head collided with a blade aura, and his entire body was cut in half. Blind Cord Old Man was stronger than he thought. He actually injured Ah Ming. Halfway through, young Master Magic Flute appeared. Although he was already a spirit general, he maintained his strength. Fourth and fifth brother were dead, and one was injured. Gong Jiu was glad that Magic Flute was a spirit general and not a living person. However, they had a lot of battle experience. The martial artists with outstanding Qinggong hurriedly dodged, while those martial artists without outstanding Qinggong simply did not dodge, but prepared to block. All kinds of defensive martial skills lit up, while some activated their secret treasures. Rank 6 martial technique, Grand Hand Blade. Tang Chou had extremely strict requirements for this kind of tactic, such as when to use the Tai Chi, when to use the floating finger, how many times to pass in a second, when to jump, how high to jump, and so on. Tang Chou knew that he was not good at controlling aura, so he spent more time on developing tactics and training. Tang Chou had spent a great deal of effort on every tactic. Not every type of spirit card could be gathered to 100, and the quality had to be very close. The elder brother beside him had long stood up. The shock on his face had already disappeared. He said, because their enemy is an army, the first true mechanical army. The rich young master was completely dumbfounded. Mozu looked at the results of the battle and was stunned. In front of him, there was no one left alive. The current mechanical spirit weapon was still in its infancy. If he could gain the upper hand, he would no longer be a bandit. He would become the true tyrant of the entire Heaven's Road. 30 golden blade auras that were more than 3 m long. With a buzzing sound, they transformed into a blade screen, whistling through the air. Mozu suppressed the excitement in his heart. After training here for so long, this was truly their first battle. The mechanical spirit weapon that had changed to a brand new Star Rock was full of energy. The 3 spirit cards in the card slot lit up with a faint light. They were long prepared. His chest was in pain. A flower of blood blossomed on his chest. He looked down in disbelief. His chest had a fist-sized hole. The martial artists of the Flowing Wind group were not weak. The sound of air breaking could be heard. At this moment, he saw a brand new era. Everyone felt that it was extremely weird. The gigantic blade auras were extremely powerful. All the martial artists that were hit by them groaned, and their bodies swayed. What was even more inconceivable was that Tang Chou actually intended to use them as his main attack method. In the end, no one could remember exactly how many times they had trained. But Gong Jiu was still very angry. The Flowing Wind group had rarely been in such a sorry state for the past few years. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. "I'm not joking," the long-robed young man said. His expression was solemn. "I have to report this to Father immediately." From this aspect, Master Tang Chou had high expectations of their coordination, which made people's hair stand on end. But on the other hand, Master Tang Chou had never requested them to train in these 3 types of martial techniques. He was even willing to waste his time on lecturing them on the history of wars. Twisting their waists, swinging their legs, throwing their arms, the 30 over 3 m tall bronze mechanical weapons all performed such pleasing movements at the same time. That kind of visual impact was simply suffocating. Mozu shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice was slightly distorted. He was too excited. The other students were equally excited, but the first battle formation was the one that they had trained the most and was most familiar with. Yong and City had formed a mechanical army, but Gongjio had personally gone to investigate. In his eyes, the so-called army was just a joke, but the mechanical spirit weapons attracted his interest. After careful observation, he realized if he could have these mechanical spirit weapons, then the flowing wind group's strength would increase by more than one-fold. The remaining few martial artists of the flowing wind group were pierced with light spears, like porcupines. Poo-pee-you-pee-you, blood blossomed everywhere. But they were tricked. The rich young master who was watching the battle from afar was completely dumbfounded. He stuttered. Why did they retreat just like that? Gongjio was also shocked by the scene just now. The flowing wind group was created by him. He had experienced many difficult battles. He did not know how many. That wave of attack just now was shockingly short, but it caused a sudden chill to rise in his heart. Pooh! In the face of the overwhelming and unreasonable attacks of the army, the individual strength and techniques that they were so proud of were completely useless. This matter was so serious that they needed to report to Father. The scene in his memory was so similar to the scene in front of him. He had always been prepared to take action. He just wanted to see the strength of Tang Chao's army, but he did not expect to see such an exciting battle. The expression on the big brother's face was rarely seen. The smile on the rich young master's face slowly disappeared. Big brother, you are not joking, right? The martial artists who were rushing towards them did not expect to encounter such a fierce attack, especially such a uniform attack. Could it be that these 30 people all trained in the same type of martial technique? In this round of baptism, the martial artists who were still standing were all outstanding defensive martial artists. All of them were glaring angrily. Many of them had blood holes all over their bodies, but their defense was outstanding. Even though they were injured, it was not fatal. The first 3 rows of mechanical spirit weapons uniformly took a step forward. The huge bronze arms suddenly lit up and slashed vertically. And the so-called number 1 tactic was the combination of these 3 martial techniques. No matter what during this period of time, do not act rashly. The long-robed young man said in a low voice, "This matter is beyond what we can handle." Even these 3 types of spirit cards, it took a lot of effort to buy. The long-robed young man turned around and said to the golden-haired martial artist beside the rich young master, "Look after the young master." Unknowingly, the 10 mechanical spirit weapons at the back of the group actually leaped into the sky. In every mechanical spirit weapon's hand was a light spear. Suddenly, their pupils constricted at the same time. The first real mechanical army had appeared. The value of this news caused the long-robed young man's heart to surge. The terrifying number of finger auras was a rank 6 martial technique. Floating finger. First team, prepare for the number 1 tactic. Army. Mozu and all the students in the first team were stunned by the tragic battlefield in front of them. The ground was filled with blood and corpses. It was a mess. He had fought countless of times in his life, conquered countless cities and planets, but he had only suffered 2 setbacks in his life, and both were against armies. These 2 times, both times, he had experts under him, and the formation was stronger than the current one, but he still lost. Gongjio felt extremely sullen today. He initially thought that he would be able to win the battle easily, but he did not expect that his own side would be attacked continuously. Pai Pa's words and Tang Chao's tactic seemed to have opened a window in his mind. One of the martial artists who managed to dodge revealed a look of relief. His Qinggong was very outstanding, and he managed to dodge between the 2 blade auras by a hair's breadth. Even the whistling airflow caused his cheeks to hurt, which showed how powerful the blade auras were. Bing, who had been observing the battlefield from the start, had a strange look in his eyes. He immediately made a decision, and without hesitation, he said, "Retreat!" Every mechanical spirit weapon in the first team had 3 card slots, each with the same 3 rank 6 spirit cards: Supreme Hand Blade, Floating Finger, and Scorching Ray Spear. Bang! The golden-haired martial artist's scalp went numb. He knew that it was eldest young master's warning. He looked at young master and immediately replied, "Yes." He looked on blankly, 10 gray finger auras like agile barracudas quietly shuttling back and forth between the blade, auras like silent hunters, reaping lives. In truth, Tang Chao's research was not without outstanding tactics, but it was impossible to execute because he could not buy so many similar quality spirit cards. The martial artists who dodged between the gaps of the blade auras completely did not expect to be ambushed. The gray finger auras were hidden and sinister, adding the small gaps between the blade auras. There was no space to dodge. They trained repeatedly every day. As long as there was a slight mistake, the entire team would have to restart. Privately, the students would discuss, and all felt that Master Tang Chao's tactic was just like his name, extremely ugly, without any sense of beauty. Chapter 392. The card slot for the mechanical spirit weapons. Bing asked, "Just like the first tactic, if you meet an elite army, you will lose badly." Bing could see the flaw in the tactic. The 3 martial techniques were not trained by themselves, and without a military leader to control them, if they met a real elite army, it would be a crushing defeat. The 2 of them looked at each other blankly. The news of 3 Spirit City having the most outstanding training camp for mechanical martial artists had spread like wildfire. Many mechanical martial artists came, and the number of people in the training camp had already expanded. But the training camp only provided some basic guidance to these foreign mechanical martial artists, which was far from the Mahist family disciples and the Lupus Constellation youths. These people had received basic training and could greatly shorten the training period. "There is no problem in terms of manpower," Tang Chou said. "The number of mechanical martial artists in the training camp exceeds 1,000 people. We can choose 200 people from them. We can shorten the training period." Tang Chou's expression was calm. "Yes, master." Tang Chou seemed to have thought of this problem and said without hesitation, "Migration. Fornax constellation cannot accommodate so many people, but the neighboring Cetus constellation has a good concentration of energy. It has a concentration of 31%, which is not bad among the 10 equatorial palace halls. Also, Cetus constellation has a starry door that connects to Lupus constellation. As long as we occupy Cetus constellation and open the starry door, we can smoothly complete the migration of the Lupus clan." "How long do you need?" Bing asked. Tang Chou did not bargain and thought for a moment. "Then we will only control the starry door to Cetus constellation, and the other 3 groups will attack Fornax castle." "No problem," Sai Lei said generously. "As long as the materials can keep up, the mechanical spirit weapons will definitely not be a problem." Bing's poker face revealed a smile. With Sai Lei's support, this matter was almost set in stone. Tang Chou said, "Master is wise. We need to use low-level armies to open up a space for us to survive. That way, we can have 10 years to develop our high-level fighting strength." "That's right." Bing nodded his head. "Is there any other place that is more suitable for us?" Suddenly, Bing felt ashamed. He was really a country bumpkin. He had never spent a lot of money before. Spending 1 billion already made him nervous. Look at him, opening his mouth and asking for 200 billion. "Yes, master," Tang Chou reminded. "Lupus constellation is very suitable for this tactic because it has a large population. We can quickly replenish our troops, but it's very difficult for them to do so. There's no need to pay in full." Tang Chou explained, "We also need to go through a process to recruit martial artists. The mechanical spirit weapons in the later stages, the training fees, etc., were all consumed continuously. In the early stages, 20 billion should be enough. Actually, 200 billion to earn an equatorial Palace Hall constellation is already cheap enough. Bing did not know what to say. He stared blankly at Tang Cho. That's good. Bing nodded. But Bing instinctively rejected such tactics because it would consume a large amount of the martial artist's life. Bing had always been an instructor and was extremely concerned about the lives of the soldiers. That's great. Sai Lei was extremely excited. I've always wanted you guys to conquer Fornax constellation. What's the value of those outdated Fornax sets? Only in the hands of Master Sai Lei can the Fornax constellation show its true value. However, the opponent was after all one of the 10 equatorial palace halls and had to be respected. Bing asked, "What are the chances of us winning?" "Master, we are cannon fodder." Tang Cho said very naturally, "Moreover, it's not that we have no chance of winning, as long as we can endure casualties." What a cold-blooded fellow. 40 groups. Bing jumped in shock. A group had 100 people. 40 groups meant 4,000 people. That was definitely a huge number. If they were to attack Cetus constellation, these foreign martial artists would definitely be fearful and unreliable. But if they were to attack Fornax constellation, these martial artists would not have any fear. As if he knew what Bing was thinking, Tang Cho continued, "The mechanical spirit weapons that we are using now are already outdated. The new mechanical spirit weapon, Vanguard, Miss Sai Lei, has already been finalized. The cost is about 30 million star coins per unit. 4,000 of them would cost 120 billion star coins. Every mechanical spirit weapon would require 3 7th-level spirit cards, 4 silver-grade spirit cards. It would be about 2 million star coins per card. Every mechanical spirit weapon would require 6 million star coins, which would be 24 billion. With our current 200 members as the backbone, the training period can be compressed to 6 months. The training fee for each member would be about 8 million star coins. 4,000 people would be 32 billion. Adding on the resources, 200 billion should be enough for us to start this war." "Old Man Fei," Bing thought. But first he found Sai Lei and asked directly, "Sai Lei, what do you think about Fornax constellation?" "In my strategy, it is like this." Tang Cho did not hide. With this strategy, the requirements for the martial artists in the army would be greatly reduced, and we can better replenish our soldiers. "Tell me your thoughts." Bing sat in front of Tang Cho like a strict examiner. "In the short term, Master Crane, Master Ling Su will all become our high-level fighting strength." Tang Cho continued, "But in the long term, we need to formulate and implement a long-term training plan. From the reserve troops onwards, we need to unify the martial techniques that the soldiers train in. This way, the fighting strength of our army will increase exponentially. There is one problem." Bing continued, "Lupus constellation's energy concentration is too low, causing their growth to be slow. Using the energy hall for so long would consume too much of our energy." Looking at Tang Chao's back as he left, Bing took a deep breath. There were many things that Tang Cho could not settle. For example, the exchange with the Mo family, the battle of Fornax constellation. The support of the Mo family was indispensable. Sai Lei suddenly thought of something. "If you have time, find some time to go to Old Man Fei's place. He seems to have come up with something powerful. That old man's legs are floating, his face is glowing, and he would run over to see if the boss is here. Humph, that old man has no backbone. He only knows how to take credit from the boss." "I need 6 groups. Tang Cho was not surprised. His expression did not change. Fornax constellation has a total of 4 starry doors. Each starry door needs a group to control. The remaining 2 groups will attack Fornax fortress. Mechanical spirit weapons. We need more mechanical spirit weapons." Bing said, "Yes, Tang Chao's expression was calm. The victory yesterday did not seem to make him excited. His tone was calm. Your subordinate's initial thought was to create a suitable strategy for your subordinate. Your subordinate's personal strength is very weak, and there is a limit to what I can do on the battlefield. Your subordinate hopes to create a strategy that is less reliant on the military leader. After a while, Bing retracted his gaze. Very good, Second Lieutenant. Your plan is very outstanding, but I can tell you clearly the cost is beyond what we can afford. So, our target is still Fornax Constellation. If we were to attack Fornax Constellation, how many people do we need? Yes, Tang Cho continued. Your subordinate then thought, why is the army so reliant on the military leader? After that, I found out that it is because the members of the army train in different types of martial techniques, and their standards are not uniform. Different martial techniques, different attributes of true power. Only a military leader who is outstanding in controlling aura can combine them into one. But with the current situation of the army, we cannot let all the soldiers train in the same martial technique, and mechanical spirit weapons can solve this problem. Tang Cho did not speak and looked straight at Bing. Bing shook his head. You only have 4 slots. Tang Cho was the most vengeful person, the grudge with Cetus Constellation the last time. If there was a chance, why would Tang Cho let it go? Bing was silent. He had to admit, although Tang Chao's strategy was simple and crude, but it had a low requirement and could be mastered quickly, combined with the human wave strategy, it could definitely unleash an astonishing power. Yes, Tang Cho said calmly. The card slot of the mechanical spirit weapon can use 3 types of spirit cards, and with the help of the martial spirit in the mechanical spirit weapon, the mechanical martial artist can be more adept in using them. Although the power will be reduced, it can greatly reduce the number of martial techniques in the army, and we can only design a strategy based on this possibility. Bing's expression relaxed. As compared to the human wave strategy, this plan was obviously more to his liking. 200 billion. Bing was completely dumbfounded. Then mechanical martial artists can practically not train in other martial techniques and only focus on training true power. Bing's poker face was unusually serious. He knew this plaything had the potential to change the world. Human wave strategy. Bing's face changed slightly. Bing nodded. No wonder you have been pushing for the strategy to attack Fornax Constellation. You already had this idea. He looked at Tang Chao's calm face. His emotions were complicated. Bing's impression of Tang Cho had completely changed. He realized he had underestimated Tang Cho. He originally thought that a lieutenant rank staff officer would have a high standard, but who knew Tang Cho had such a calm and rational strategic vision? He asked again, what do you think about the high level of fighting strength? If there are 40 groups, it should not be a problem. Tang Cho said. After thinking for a while, Bing made a decision. All right, Second Lieutenant, you can start preparing now. Cetus Constellation. Bing was surprised and laughed out loud. That is a good opponent. Tang Cho did not have the intention to explain. He said calmly, this strategy is based on our current situation. If we want to improve, we need Fornax Constellation, the mechanical spirit weapon technology, the population of Lupus Constellation, and the resources of Fornax Constellation. As long as we have these 3, the Southern Cross Army will be able to win a place in Heaven's Road. Disregarding the training of 4,000 people, just to equip all of them with mechanical spirit weapons, they would need 4,000 sets of mechanical spirit weapons. It was definitely an astronomical number. Sai Lei was stunned. Her charming eyes lit up with a shocking light. You are thinking of using Fornax Constellation? When are you guys going to move? Sai Lei was a little impatient. She asked, what do you need me to do? Chapter 393. Suddenly, Angelina sensed something and blurted out, it's done. Angelina quickly calmed down. She could hear the commotion outside and said, let them in. Ta Dun could not hold it in any longer. He jumped into the pool and fished out a silver battle robe. Her tone was kind, as though she was joking. The elders who were instigated were all terrified. They did not expect that they would be involved in such a huge mess. Lu Zhengjie was slightly surprised. He bowed respectfully. I did not expect General Ta Dun to recognize a small fry like me. Please forgive me for my rudeness. The 3 presidents are good friends of General Ta Dun. My duty is to protect the 3 presidents. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Wu Xia turned around and scolded Lu Zhengjie. Zhengjie quickly apologized to General Ta Dun. If you can change your reckless temperament, then I'll really be relieved. Angelina turned around and glanced at the group of people. She recognized a few of the presidents of the merchant associations and was shocked. Seeing this scene, she immediately knew that someone was behind this. The person was extremely powerful. He was able to incite almost half of the merchant associations under her. Everyone's jaws dropped. They could not believe that the man in purple was the most powerful man in the Ursa Major constellation, Wu Xia. All of the soldiers were waiting for Ta Dun's command to launch their attack. But for a moment, Ta Dun's heart was filled with killing intent. If he were to offend such a powerful man, he would become a huge threat to the Andromeda constellation in the future. Lu Zhengjie's face changed. General Ta Dun, my master. When they saw Ta Dun standing beside Angelina, their voices became muffled. Many of them were panicking. They knew that there was no way out. They were well trained. Ha 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 ha, it's just a small misunderstanding. Ta Dun laughed. He was no longer as tense as before. He waved his hand. Mr. Li's blade was indeed powerful. Another fatty also stood up and said, "Count me in." Suddenly, a wave of applause came from the group of elders. A man stood up. He was about 30 years old and was dressed in purple. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like the stars. He was a suave and elegant man, giving people a good impression of him. These words appeared in Lu Zhengjie's mind. He felt immense pressure. The 3 presidents beside him were shocked. They did not expect Ta Dun to make a move after knowing Lu Zhengjie's identity. Was he not afraid of angering the Ursa Major constellation? The beam of star power gradually faded and soon disappeared, along with the star power in the star power pool. Hundreds of silver battle robes lay quietly in the pool. Everyone calmed down a little. One of the guild leaders was about to explain. We just wanted to. Ta Dun replied coldly. Dignity is above life and death. Ta Dun shook his head. You must have thought this through. The skinny man's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a figure appeared around the 3. That person laughed softly, and a saber light burst out. Muffled groans rang out, and the 3 figures flew back. However, such a real big shot was actually among them. The Ursa Major constellation was close to the Andromeda constellation and was one of the 5 polar domains. The Andromeda textiles were mainly sold to the Ursa Major constellation and Orion constellation. Wu Xia was also known as the Ursa Major Idler. He was the guest of the Ursa Major constellation's master, Yen Yong Lai. He had many connections. He was the descendant of a noble in the Ursa Major constellation. Although he did not hold any official positions, he had a huge influence in the Ursa Major constellation. A middle-aged man stood up and said, "Master, if you want to punish us, I am willing to bear the consequences." But if Wu Xia took the initiative to admit his mistake, Ta Dun could not do anything. With this excuse, if he killed Lu Zhengjie, the Ursa Major constellation would not do anything. But if he killed Wu Xia, the Ursa Major constellation would be enraged. After a while, a large group of people barged in, and he actually admitted his mistake to General Ta Dun. After a while, Ta Dun appeared in front of Angelina again. He could not hide the joy on his face. He said, "Good, good, good." Pa, 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 suddenly there was a commotion outside. A guard ran in anxiously. "Master, General, many business leaders are crowding outside. They are saying that they will have a share of the treasure. They want to see the shape of the treasure." The people who were originally indignant were stunned. Lu Xingjie and the rest might not have heard of him. But Wu Xia was a person that everyone knew. Andromeda constellation. Angelina's face changed. Ta Dun squinted his eyes. Angelina ran over. "How is it, father?" Wu Xia laughed. "General Ta Dun is a magnanimous man. He will not be calculative with you. I was just trying to scare you. Let's see if you still dare to be so reckless in the future." His voice was filled with killing intent. Everyone's face changed. They remembered that although their master was young, he had a strong and unyielding character. He even dared to declare war against the Honorable Martial Alliance. A few of them looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. They thought that Angelina would surrender to them. Who knew that Angelina would be so direct? She did not give them any leeway. If not for the fact that her father had returned to Andromeda City, she would be in trouble. "General Ta Dun, what do you mean by that?" The skinny man shouted. Suddenly, Ta Dun opened his mouth. "I have not been back to Andromeda City for a few years." Ta Dun pretended to be surprised. He quickly helped Wu Xia up. "I did not expect Master Wu Xia to be in Andromeda constellation. Please take a seat." Many battle robes could be seen floating in the star power pool. He bowed. "General Ta Dun's words will be passed down through the ages. Wu Xia is willing to accept General's punishment for his inappropriate actions." He was curious. "I heard everyone talking about the energy beast. I have never heard that the Andromeda fabric can be used to nurture treasures. I wonder if I can have the honor to see it." Ta Dun squinted his eyes. The guard wanted to say something, but when he saw Angelina's calm expression, he gritted his teeth and ran out. The silver battle robe did not have any trace of the fur of the energy beast. It was silver in color. It looked like it was made out of thin silver foil. It was as light as a feather. However, the astounding amount of astral power made everyone realize how extraordinary it was. Everyone could not believe their eyes. This man knew when to bow and submit. He was a powerful man. No wonder his reputation was so high. Ta Dun did not say anything and draped the battle robe over his body. The moment Ta Dun put it on, the battle robe automatically tightened around his body. The dazzling silver light disappeared. It looked just like an ordinary battle robe. Angelina's eyes widened. She could not help but scream out loud. "Master, Master, we have paid for the energy beast. We have a share of the fabric." Lu Xingjie's face changed. The martial artists were moving in an orderly manner. He could not find any loopholes in their formation. These soldiers did not make any noise. They were silent as they marched. A sense of hopelessness could be felt. "Where did you get the guts from?" Ta Dun's eyes turned cold. Laughing swordsman Lu Xingjie, one of the 7 swordsmen under Wu Xia. Ta Dun's weather-beaten face also showed signs of nervousness. Angelina took a deep breath. She knew that they were in trouble. The merchant guilds behind the 3 of them were not small. Among the merchant guilds in the merchant union, they could be ranked in the top 5. Ta Dun's words were like a gust of autumn wind that swept across everyone's hearts. Everyone's faces changed, especially the 3 who stood up. Their expressions changed drastically. The crowd quietened down. Ta Dun's face was cold. "Take them down." "General Ta Dun, do you not care about the lives of the citizens of Andromeda constellation?" Lu Xingjie asked. Angelina stared at the star power pool in front of her. The dense star power shone down from the sky like a beam of light. enveloping the star power pool. The star power in the star power pool was so dense that it was almost tangible. The third man who stood out was a skinny man. His triangular eyes looked gloomy. He said, "Master, although everyone is a little agitated, they are not unreasonable. We may look good on the surface, but we have suffered great losses this time. The reason why everyone is interested in the energy beasts is because they want to increase their strength and help their families recover. Master said that it is not a problem to distribute the energy beasts according to contribution, but you can't not even let us have a look, right?" "That's right. Master, you can't not even let us have a look." The blade aura dissipated. A man with red hair and black skin stood there with a blade in his hand. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Suddenly, Ta Dun disappeared. Large groups of martial artists surged into the hall and tightly surrounded them. Lu Zhengjie stepped forward and bowed to Ta Dun. Zhengjie was rash. "I did not expect that there are no rules in the Andromeda City." Ta Dun said coldly, "You were right when you said that we should be punished." Although the Ursa Major constellation was only one of the 5 polar domains, their strength was not inferior to the constellations of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Wu Xia had a high position in the Ursa Major constellation, but he had personally apologized to General Ta Dun. Ta Dun had decided to take the opportunity to get rid of Lu Zhengjie and the 3 presidents. He had sufficient reasons to do so. Even if the Ursa Major constellation was unhappy, they would not be able to find fault with him. He seemed to be lamenting, but it attracted everyone's attention. Many of them wanted to follow Wu Xia's footsteps, but they could not find a way to do so. If they were in the Ursa Major constellation, they would be able to do anything under Master Wu Xia's care. A few figures rushed towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them had looks of fear and despair. They did not expect Ta Dun to make a move. Angelina did not allow him to speak. She interrupted him and said sternly, "Who instigated this? Stand out." But now she was not flustered. She smiled. "You guys still know that I am the master. Look, you guys are all here to cause trouble." As a military leader, he knew the value of being invisible.